a little bit low compared to what we'd expect. Of course, she now has the ability to target individual defenders as opposed to being a global ability, but it is very strong at the moment. It has minimal cooldown. You can spam the same player. If they don't answer their phone, it explodes. They take damage. So I'm interested to see how it does play out. I don't think it's going to be necessarily as impactful on the roam. I expect roamers to more than likely just eat it and move on with their day. They don't necessarily need to be able to watch obs. But for anchors on site, on defense, playing against Dokkaebi is going to be very, very difficult.
It really does raise the skill floor, I think, on the operator itself. Dokkaebi, I think, previously was just a set and forget. Press the logic bomb when the team calls for it. You've done your job. Whereas now there's a bit more nuance to the actual gadget itself, how you want to be aggressive. Is it just over-targeting one person, flush out a key position, how you play off that, whether it's a solo play, the Dokkaebi itself, or someone else following. But it also then relieves a little bit of that pressure on the defensive roamers overall, rather than all 5 getting pinged. It is only one player. So there certainly will be a change in dynamics, but I have seen already some clips, guys, where Dokkaebi looks absolutely insane. So it's going to come down to, of course, the user itself, how they execute on the operator with the changes.
Yeah, I think in most cases it will still need pretty high level coordination to make it work, but I am concerned maybe that some previous power positions like garage rafters, for instance, may now be increasingly difficult for the defense to hold. And there's also situations where, kind of like a Deimos, but to an even more extreme situation, where in 2v2s or maybe 2v1s where you have the advantage as the attack, you can compound that significantly with Dokkaebi. If you're the sole anchor left on site for defense, good luck. It's so tough to counterplay. In fact, there's very little counterplay on offer, with Mute being not a particularly effective counter and others that maybe in the past were. Not so much the case anymore. So it's going to very much keep the defense on their toes, and maybe we see the attacking win rate spike up a little bit in the early stages here.
We are going to see a little bit more of Dokkaebi tonight in terms of what matches, though, will be played. We do have the schedule for our first opening night of APL Oceania. It is 4 best of ones, as the majority of the stage will begin up until playoffs. We start with Shy Academy, Barbie Boys. Then we have Arcade Esports as well, guys, a new organization coming into the region. Nice to see always more representation, picking up the core of the Rock LFO roster. They'll take on Men LFO first up, and then the last 2 matches, 6 targets versus the reigning champions in Enterprise, and a big one to close, Rival Esports, another new organization making their way into Oceania. Previously had a team within the Asia sub-region, I think it was back in 24. They'll take on Chiefs. Of course, Rival Esports picking up the old Anios roster, and we get to see Chef Jeff and Webbles team up later tonight.
Yeah, so there are a lot of really interesting games to unpack, but the first on the agenda, Shy Academy taking on Barbie Boys. It's being tabled as Kaken versus Prez, the battle of the OG IGLs tonight, and that's going to be an exciting prospect. Like a couple of teams across OCE, it's been a pretty significant shuffle that's kind of played out, and so we got, as we often do with a lot of stages in OCE, going a little bit blind as to really what to expect from these teams as a whole. But in terms of individual players, Kaken and Reelers especially stand out as now being quite experienced at this level.
Yeah, I think when Kaken first came onto the scene, it was potential was really off the limits, to be honest. And then somewhere along the lines, it feels like he just kind of plateaued and settled in as a middle tier 1 player. And it's not to be disrespectful, he's had an incredible career, but guys, he's never really been able to take that next step, join a real contending team, the ones that go to the majors and the 6 invitationals. We just have never really got to see Kaken rise to that level. And you know, not every player can do that. It's a cutthroat industry, but he's certainly always someone with high quality that can change the course of a match. He has that quality in him. And I think for Shy Academy, you kind of look at this roster and think, and honestly, they're not the only ones. And when I say this, they can cause an upset probably to most teams on any given night within this region, except for maybe the likes of Enterprise. Any match that Enterprise go into this stage, they're the dead set favorites, and it'll take a big effort to knock them off. But every other team, I think any other team can beat any other team within this region. And when there's 2 slots on the line, that makes it very entertaining.
Absolutely, and the point I'm about to make really is blanketed against all teams outside of Enterprise, we don't really know how a second slot in OCE is going to change the dynamic of these teams. Maybe in the past, teams were complacent, they didn't really truly believe that they could finish first, and they kind of were happy to settle middle of the road, fight for a bit of prize pool. That's completely changed heading into this stage. There is a serious, real motivation now to really push to get second. I mean, even potentially get on the heels of EP at some point as well. And I'm very excited to see how that changes the dynamic of not just Strike Academy or Barbie Boys, but all of the teams that are now fiercely competing for that second slot. I think it is quite open for stage 1.
Strike Academy, a 5th place finish in kickoff. They'll be looking to do a bit better here at this stage, and certainly will want to contend for one of those 2 slots to the Esports World Cups. Their opponents, though, guys, certainly are not going to be any slouches in Barbie Boys, a team that has quite a bit of up-and-coming quality along with some of the old names over the last few years. But even the likes of Bailey and Pinku, those 2, for me, are still, and certainly judging by their faces, boys, sorry to say, but you do look quite young. They're still, I think, a team on the come up, led, of course, by an OG IGL in Prez. You've also got Quixie as well. Walsh, who made his debut back in kickoff, and I thought had a very good debut. So you got some young quality gunners on this roster looking to continue to make waves in the region.
Yeah, no wettables for Barbie Boys this stage as he jumped ship. So I'm excited to see how that does change the dynamic of this particular roster. Of course, not to discount the loss of Killerman as well, who also departed the team. So again, significant underlying change for this roster, but a lot of talent, and it's not like they've necessarily had to dip into the depths of OCE for replacements, right? I think Pinku, to me, probably stands out as being at his very, very best. He can be an elite player in the region, so I'm excited to see if he can tap into that potential.
Yeah, I think that when we kind of look at this roster, one thing that they have certainly a lot of is, I think, fragging power. Now, Killerman was originally on this roster as well, but as we know with Killerman, he goes out, joins another team, then he's out again. At this point, he's an enigma. We're not too sure if he's real or not. So they did lose some firepower within the off-season, and they bring in, of course, some new players who kind of look to fill the same role. Certainly a player like Pinku. I think with this roster, you've got to try and play to your strength. Yeah, play some fast, frenetic siege. Don't really need to go too deep in the strat book. I think that their strength will come in, can they get to maps where they can brawl? You just go straight gunfights. Don't have to try and overthink it. Don't play also the slow, methodical, like structural clubhouses. So can you go to maps? And to be fair, you think about most maps in the pool at the moment, there's maybe not too many that probably come to mind. But even if it's like maybe one site, so like on a Nighthaven Labs where top floor, sure, very constructed, but everything else makes it a bit more open, or Lair, top floor, very constructed, but everything else a bit more open. You want to try and win those particular sites. I think for this team, that's going to be one of their biggest strengths. Play to your strengths and see what can happen.
Yeah, totally agree. Speaking of VODs, we actually have it ready here for the opening best of 1 for stage 1 OCE. Again, to clarify, it is best of 1 group stage as opposed to the bracket best of 3s that we had for kickoff. And well, what's old is new again. Clubhouse to be the decider, both Lair and Fortress, the final bans for these respective rosters.
Yeah, I mean, Clubhouse is a map I just don't know if that bodes too well for Barbie Boys, but it depends on the work that they've kind of put in, right? Like, I mean, we have no idea over the break when it comes to the time when they would have been eliminated from kickoff to this very moment now, how much work have they really put in? Now, Clubhouse is a map they know how to play. Every team in this region certainly knows how to play. By far and away the most popularized map within the Oceanic region. But just because you know how to play it doesn't mean you have the fundamentals really down pat. So for Barbie Boys, is there a world in which they can actually take Clubhouse as a map and try and really open it up a little bit? How they would even do that? Maybe on their defense, but then that's the side you probably don't want to mess too much with things. So then you've got to try and find avenues on the attack. This is going to be a fascinating match to really kickstart off stage 1, considering for 2 teams that maybe didn't have the greatest of times in kickoff, an opportunity to test themselves against another team probably around their level.
Yeah, I'm very eager to see what the dynamic will be as well. I think when you simply look on paper, you could probably make a fair argument that in terms of just raw gunplay, raw firepower, Barbie Boys do likely have a slight advantage, but the map does potentially compromise that. Clubhouse can be a difficult one to open up those exchanges. It's often very trade heavy, very structured, very methodical, and depending on how the bans play out as well, especially with limited hard breach, it can be quite slow, quite delayed for the attack as well. I don't know if that'll necessarily play into their hands all too too well. And again, I'm also very intrigued to see, is Dokkaebi going to get play on this map specifically? You think about, there's so many strong power positions for the anchors that the attack won't want to deal with or have an easier time dealing with. Having the Dokkaebi available will certainly aid them on that. But then if the defense elects to ban that out, that then opens up other avenues like that hard breach that typically do get banned out on this map. So whilst Dokkaebi might not necessarily get a ton of play time, I still think that the flow-on effect of her being banned out and opening up a different attacker, especially on maps like Clubhouse, will actually probably change up how they play a little bit.
Unfortunately, throughout all of that, guys, I did just get word that we are going to be heading to Fortress instead. The map videos were wrong, so we're going to head to Fortress. Which, to be honest,
still applies, to be fair.
Yeah, I think your point still does very much apply, and it's a map that we, well, as it's entered the pool, haven't maybe seen as much of over the likes of Kickoff, for instance. But as we know, when the maps enter the pool, guys, it takes a stage or two, and then they really start to get ramped up in playtime. Fortress to kick off stage 1 of APL Oceania. It's Barbie Boys, it's Shy Academy. Two teams that would have liked to have done a little bit better in the kickoff now get a chance at redemption in stage 1, a chance to, well, get off to a great start.
Well, I must say, I'm a little more pleased that we're heading to Fortress as opposed to good old Club. I think my point still stands that Clubhouse specifically could potentially play out quite differently, especially with the Dokkaebi either available or opening up elsewhere. So we'll see how it goes. Dokkaebi is available though for the first half. Damos Monty banned out alongside the Kaid and the Bandit. And so that means that obviously she's available alongside the full belt of Hard Breach as well. But regardless of that, defense will typically have an easier go at things to open up the account. And Barbie Boys will want to try and extend or create as much of an advantage as possible.
I mean, just excited really for stage 1 again and seeing how everything unfolds. It's always the journey for me that's just as exciting really as the climatic finishes that we eventually get at the end of playoffs, who qualifies for the big events, etc. Those days are great, don't get me wrong, but just seeing the stage kind of begin and set out and go on its way, which teams make waves, you know, what are the storylines going to end up being as they develop into? Do we get a team that can challenge Enterprise and maybe, you know, we're not really aware of it from the get-go? I mean, this is where you find out new players as well when they come in. You know, Walsh was a storyline in itself, guys, back in kickoff, and he carried on from what was a decent start to his career.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of exciting storylines potentially to develop here in stage 1, and I truly believe that any team in this league, if they really tap into their potential, has the ability to go on and snag that second spot. And as you're alluding to, maybe there is even a world in which EP are challenged, although that does seem a little bit of a stretch. EP arguably now at this point, especially after the major, could be considered the best APAC wide, and I'm sure that they'll want to well and truly cash that in and ensure it stays that way. First pick going the way of Shy Academy though, so a positive start here for the attack. The gridlock also in play, which I noted earlier, buffed in this patch.
Yeah, and getting attacking rounds on Fortress I think is going to be very, very key to taking this map, especially in a best of 1. Ransom stepped on by Runny. We'll just avoid that one on the solid stake.
Time to ring some ears.
I must say the UI changes, guys, that are pretty noticeable already. The new kill feed. I don't know what's happened with the operator bands at the top, but why are they so far apart?
Yeah, they've been spaced out. The operator icon addition to the kill feed though is certainly welcome. That's quite nice. Even in general play, it's good to have. 4 versus 4, so it stabilizes a little bit here for Barbie Boys, who have successfully peeled back towards the site. Does forfeit space to Shy Academy, and again, they have double primary hard breach here into no wall denial available now for the defense, so they shouldn't have too many issues in pressuring in towards the site. But these razor blooms have been causing problems. Pinku finds a pick, and now it's advantage defense.
Yeah, and only a minute left in the round, so it's kind of gone pretty quickly here for Shy Academy. Started well. Peek from Kaken's going to get shut down immediately by Pinku, holding the angle nicely from bedroom into the corridor. As Bailey also connects onto Real as well. It started nicely for Shy Academy, getting that early kill, but it's fallen apart pretty quickly thereafter. Pinku gets himself 4 kills, locking down this corridor position. A very good start for Bobby Boys, considering they did lose that opening player. And they were able to then hold on. Pinku, big reason for that. Good lockdown defense as they get the opening round.
Yeah, pretty good demonstration there of being able to play a little bit of contact there towards the front portion of the round, and then a pretty simple peel back towards site. And it got a little bit unnerving with the double hard breach still up. I saw Bathroom exposed, and that's where the defense can find themselves in a little bit of trouble, especially against any kind of late util dump. But the Razor Bloom came up pretty clutch there for Barbie Boys, gave them the advantage that they were then able to compound into the round win. And so they'll be relatively pleased with how that opening round did play out. We now shift over to games for the second, so following the expected rotation here on Fortress that has kind of developed. And it's a map that has pretty quickly started to, not dramatically, but has slowly started to shift away from defense. I think Salt Lake City Major gave some insight into this map, probably in future being actually pretty good for the attack. So we'll see how these teams go at it here. For game number 1, Stage 1 OCE. Interesting mirror setup as well being deployed here from Barbie Boys, so we'll see how they want to play off-site initially here, and then if the plan is to peel back towards the site late like last round.
Quick ass on our screen on the Warden this round. See, of course, on the Dockerby for real is new icons as well down below. You can see who the potential target would be right now on Prez. You can see could get the call. I mean, I like when you have that extra information in the actual UI guys, just to kind of get a little bit of an idea as to maybe what the goal is for that player, that operator with the gadget, such as the Dockerby Logic Bomb. And technically, the mirror would actually be a very good target in trying to overwhelm. If you don't pick up that call, it's 40 damage. So if you can get a good timing on the push and the pressure, you know, these Wardens, these mirrors in these lockdown positions, and you see that call go out now on the quick ass, he's got to make a quick decision. So he gives up position to fall back, take the call, to not take the damage, but that space has now been taken. The power of the Dockerby on display.
Yeah, prevents any kind of direct contest initially there into Shont. He takes space on the Blackbeard, pretty safe there behind Shield. It's triple nitro for the defense. Walsh low elsewhere. Very low now for the remainder of the round. If he wants to be active on utility, he needs to remain up. Prez, difficult position. Shont aware, nitro out, but gets shot out. Good work there from the attack, and Prez succumbs to the pressure.
And Quick Ass took the damage, by the way, because of that pressure from the Logic Bomb. He was taken low, and now even more so as well from the flames of the Vulcan canister. How about one more call for good measure? Quick Ass had a rough round, courtesy of the Dockerby. Double call, took the damage. Kybinix gets an angle. He was pushed out of position by the Vulcan canister, and Shont will go for the plant. Nitro from long distance for Pinku does not connect. Plant will be successful. It's a 5 versus 2, and Walsh and Pinku both low on health.
Yeah, pretty much an unlosable round from here, and it should be flawless from Shy Academy. All around, just a very, very solid attack. Not really overcomplicating things. Able to take ground early with the Dockerby. Then facilitated and supported by Shont. We saw Prez succumb to the pressure, and then it was kind of a case of 1 by 1 as Barbie Boys tried to reclaim ground, tried to fight back into any kind of power positions. They were out-muscled really well there by the attack. Love the usage of the Blackbeard in that round, and it's something that Barbie Boys going forward, especially considering they had the 3 nitros, will need to consider.
Well, I mean, the interesting thing for me as well is, like, how do you counter those Logic Bombs and the pressure that provides? Well, you got to mute in the board. You can put those mute jammers in a way that you can actually defend those more lockdown positions, and that just adds more diversity to the game and how you want to utilize older utilities such as mute jammers and how they've been used for a long time. It may be about adapting. You know, a lot of key positions were given up. That space that was originally held by Quick Ass, he has to move, he has to fall back, take the call. If he just stands out in the open in that key position, he's probably dead because he's just sitting there playing with his phone. So the pressure from the Dockerby on display in that second round and what the operator can now do it's a very different operator for all intents and purposes. It's a full-blown rework, and yeah, I mean, that was a really good use of the logic bombs for Shy Academy. They get on the board, nice early attacking round. We head into round 3.
5 seconds to insertion.
But it's also something that you can't just put that down into your playbook and think you're going to use it every round, because there's a good chance it gets banned away on a lot of maps.
Yeah, it was initially picked here for the 3rd, but Shy Academy will elect not to play the Dokkaebi for this round. Indicative, the composition at the moment, that they'll go for Vert, facilitate by the Ram, they'll then cut off flanks from Nomad. I like the inclusion of the Capitao as well. Opens up some pretty interesting playmaking opportunities, especially for plant late. Pretty common for teams to try and flood and plant in smokes. And so potentially that's an option here that will be open to them. And then not to look past Shant as well, once again on a shield for this round. It was the Blackbeard last time out, Blitz this time, so offering maybe a little bit more utility to play a bit more aggressively on the front line. On the side of defense, though, again, they shouldn't have massive issues in countering that with the trap util they have on offer, and they also have included the Valkyrie for this round as well, with cams placed up on that second floor. Double Nitro available for work.
We look at the slowdown utility brought in the round for Barbie Boys as well. Clicks on the tuber out in to bring the Thorn, the Ala, Goya as well. Vulcan Canister still in play. Also on the belt for information. There's a potential pinch here though. The pressure immediately applied. Good Grimby usage and the flames as Prez gets completely flushed out by Shant. Another early pick for Shy Academy. That's 2 from 3 rounds. They've been able to win a lot of these early engagements, take decent space, put pressure onto Barbie Boys here on Fortress.
Yeah, and it's also back-to-back rounds where Prez has been overwhelmed by that pressure. Good clearance by Shy Academy. I think it's pretty tricky to fault Prez specifically in that situation. Just good layering of utility and a solid read from the attack. Maybe a lack of support from defense, but a delayed pick back from Pinku, who's over towards Commanders, does now give the defense a little bit of respite, keeping that potential Vert above honest for the attack as Shy Academy look to flood the objective.
Shant getting ready to charge up the flash. Has 2 though in his face. Had to be careful of the guard break. Walsh cops a nade to the back from his teammate in Bailey. And that allows now Shant to push forward. Flash not quite successful. Bailey hits the shot. Pinku got his onto Rani. And it's a 2v2 in the last 30 seconds. Quick adaptation to flick back to that hatch. Find the kill on the reelers. And Kaken now has 20 seconds to find the last 2 players of Bailey and Pinku.
Marches forward. Caught now 1 HP. Didn't deploy his smoke utility in the round, and probably indicative that the attack overall never really able to settle into the set play they were aiming for. Good strong defense there, and a good recovery from the start of the round where Prez got caught. Pinku was able to find one elsewhere and again kind of put the brakes on the attack there momentarily, and then the anchors set in place for that final push. 3 rounds down, a 2-1 scoreline. Dokkaebi will survive for now. It's Blitz and Thorn off the board.
I'll tell you what, I mean, for Barbie Boys, they're having to work through these defensive rounds. They've won 2 rounds where they've essentially given up that opening kill. And this is where Shy Academy have actually played Fortress really well so far. You know, getting space around the map, getting into good set positions, being able to flush out a player, have that 5v4. And then this moment here is where they just subsequently lose it, guys, where they just can't find a way to take any advantages deep into the late round unless they, like they did in the second round, win it pretty extensively early on.
Yeah, no doubt it'll be a little bit disappointing. Shy Academy will be reeling a little bit that they've had these opportunities that haven't been converted. But nonetheless, still positive signs that they look competitive. And the first phase of these attacks, generally speaking, has been quite good. Barbie Boys try to alleviate some of that pressure by taking the Blitz off the board. By dealing with the Deimos in the first wave means that the Blackbeard still remains for Shant, who I think deserves some praise in the way that he's been able to play so far. Just been able to find a real good balance, in my opinion, of finding space and information. But then if he has that opportunity like he did in the last round to get a kill or to be put in a position to find a kill, he's been able to look quite composed there as well. So he'll push the lobby at the moment. Might be looking to flush out the stairs. Belt of utility stands in his way. Vert up above, but Bailey gets shut down. That's a solid read once again from Shy Academy to find an opening kill.
Yeah, I mean, this has been their strength, but you've got to then find a way to actually get something from it. It's almost as if, yep, cool, you got that kill. It doesn't change too much. You've still got to find a way to win the late game. Now, in their fairness, they did get this one quite a little bit earlier, and then they've gotten time to find a second. Pinku goes down, and he's been the best so far for Barbie Boys. Relieves the pressure for later in the round, and they're taking their time to search for more. Information from Rani on the IQ from down below, and he's going to catch out Walsh. Well, the patience is paying dividends right now for Shy Academy on the attack in the 4th round. And Prez over towards Tower Stairs, now getting pressured too. Didn't really have anywhere to go. Funnily enough, in the end, it was the Dokkaebi logic bomb that gets the kill onto Prez, but one way or another, he was dying over at the Tower Stairs, and Shy Academy get their 2nd round.
Yeah, another good, strong, solid attack. I really love the read early to contest Bailey on the vert, and then they were able to commit into the stack up the stairs, utilize the shield. The Dokkaebi fulfilled her role nicely as well. And so just slight refinements being made there and enabling that play to be a success. So 2-2 scoreline. That's the benchmark really now established from Shy Academy. Anything from here typically framed as a bit of a bonus. So they'll be quite pleased. Love that interaction there. Walls just gets decimated from below. That's the power of the Dokkaebi and the IQ combination. Wouldn't be too shocked if that becomes the mainstay as well, and a bit of a popular pick for the attack. So some good signs there. Shy Academy leaning pretty nicely into the kind of meta that we're expecting.
Yeah, I mean, 4 straight rounds for opening kills when it comes to Shy Academy on a map like Fortress is quite insane. You know, you can look at it in 2 ways and say, well, that's great. Massive positives to them. But for Barbie Boys, how is this happening? So they've gotten 2 defensive round wins, but they're giving up all of these early advantages. They're giving Shy Academy everything they want in the first minute and a half of the rounds. So the Barbie Boys have to look to change up their philosophy, because sitting back is clearly not working. Do they try and get in their phase? But a map like Fortress maybe doesn't lend itself to allowing that. There's less room to sort of, play the roam game and put people around the map. Everything's a bit more segmented around the site itself. Certainly a lack of verticality when it comes to Fortress 2, despite it somewhat being available. Teams just don't opt to really play it. But that's got to be the concern right now for Barbie Boys. Their round wins have been all comebacks.
Yeah, we'll see what the approach will be then for this round. If it's to maybe get a little bit more aggressive on the fringe, or they can try and contain and then anchor late. Their anchor play late on side at even kilter has actually looked quite decent. So very interested to see what their management will look like for the first sort of minute and a half of this round. Sean under pressure. They do a better job there, maximizing that nitro. Quick's pushed forward. Perhaps regrets that decision now as he sits on the sideline. A 4v4. Lots of time for the attack.
Big pick up from Walsh. Bailey also to secure a 2-player advantage now for Barbie Boys. This is better from them in the middle portion of this round to get ascendancy, get the numbers advantage, finally just be able to lock down defensively without bleeding players. Dare I say on Fortress, that 4-2 half is probably a requirement if your Barbie Boys must win this and the next round. Double Nitrocell still available. That one's thrown, shot out easily by Kaken. Knows that Pinku is stuck in the corner, but he loses his teammate in Diamondix. And even though Kaken's got one stuck, it's a 1v4. He is the one who's really stuck. Barbie Boys retake the lead.
Yeah, doing a better job there to get value from the Nitro Souls. It's been a mainstay from their in terms of their compositions over the course of the half so far, typically playing at least 2 to 3 Nitros around, probably in anticipation of the shield play from Shant. Hasn't always really converted, but nice work there early to deploy that utility, keep pressure on the attack, and then didn't offer an opportunity with Walsh finding that kill after the first wave to kind of prevent any kind of split attack from coming into fruition or anything like that from Shy Academy. So some good work overall. Here's a replay of the Nitro. Quick's pushing forward there was maybe a little bit ambitious, and I thought at that point there was an opportunity back in for the round, but the rest of the team sort of compounded the aggression in that round, which can often work, and in doing so it's a 3-2 scoreline, and now just one remaining in the half.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to insertion. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
It was also the first round win, by the way, for Barbie Boys, because where the Dockerby was in effect. And you just reminded me, by the way, of course, the name change. I've been saying Logic Bomb, and it will probably come up
Changing max.
a couple more times throughout the stage. But it is, of course, changed names. And I did have a quick look at how it is pronounced. And
I'm reloading.
it's don't want to
have a go.
I think it's Jugger Payload.
Okay, I'm just saying payload.
Send in the payload.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen some.
It's Jugger Payload.
Okay. Yeah, we've seen some glimpses of the Dockerby so far. I was super effective on one attack so far from Shy Academy when they were able to hit tower stairs. Outside of that, it's been a little more limited in scope. It hasn't been a completely dominating force. So we'll see how it develops here in round number 6. Final opportunity for Shy Academy to potentially equalize the scoreline and put themselves in a good position then for the second half for what is so far shaping up to be quite a competitive match. Prez peppered with utility. Once again, tower stairs, still 3 gas babes in pocket. He'll start layering those out. Question will be though, are Shy Academy going to look to target this position with the payload and then try and flush it out? Call is deployed and say Prez now under the pump.
Oh, very much so. Good pressure applied. And Shy Academy get another opening kill. They'll make that 5 opening kills in the half. But what's been a pretty successful attacking half of Fortress would be, of course, remiss to say that I think a 4-2 half wouldn't be bad for Barbie Boys. So Shy Academy desperately searching for what they would maybe feel is a deserved lead. Funnily enough, at the end of this half, if it does get to 3-3, I'd consider that a small lead for Shy Academy. Rough half for Prez, 1 and 4 for the IGL of Barbie Boys. Another Jugger payload sent out, this one on to Walsh. He will answer the call. 2 more available for Reelers, and once again, he'll send it out quickly, this time on to Bailey towards Commanders, and my goodness, just when you get 0.1 seconds to react to the call, you are immediately bombarded with shots as Quicks is able to get a kill on the Kymedix. Walsh standing up in the last few rounds. He gets a big kill, and Barbie Boys suddenly have the player advantage heading into the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, Shy Academy have so many frag grenades, but not dealing with those Kiba barriers effectively. 10 seconds now on the clock.
Surely not another round where they get the early advantage, only to see it get squandered at the end with 5 seconds. Sean has to go for a plant. A little bit too flat-footed. Now into bathroom, looking to stick it as Rani watches. He loses the battle to Pinku. Should be an easy clear. It will be. It's 4 rounds of the defense for Barbie Boys. So we return from the break. It's a 4-2 lead for Bobby Boys. Felt like a half where, for the most part, guys, they were kind of holding on, losing a lot of the early battles. 5 out of the 6 opening kills went the way of Shy Academy, and yet despite that, it's 4 round wins for Bobby Boys on the defense. We know Fortress defense is always going to be quite difficult, but quite easier than the attack. But Shy Academy certainly had their opportunities on the attack.
It certainly did. Bans for the second half: Bandit, Kaid, Monty, and Snake. Got to feel bad for Prez, to be honest, over the course of this first half. He got put in some really rough positions, straight in the firing line, typically on entry, getting dumped with utility round after round after round. Tower stairs, no exception. Good clear early there from the attack, utilizing the payload from the Dockerby, followed up with utility and the cross. Ultimately, though, the defense of Barbie Boys was able to hold on. Good on-site utility and anchor play, getting them across the line. So we flip sides, and it's actually games up first here from Shy Academy. So slightly left of field selection. Commanders is typically expected off the rip, but
10 seconds to
both
go.
sides are, of course, pretty efficient for the defense.
5 seconds left before insertion.
What did you see in that first half, though? Was it, I mean, for me, Pinku was the standout. 8 kills. Certainly in a couple of moments where he was able to get those kills in a defensive-minded approach. You know, he wasn't just running around and, you know, with a free license on the roam. They were pretty much locked down defensive positions, which, when you think of Pinku, maybe that's not the first, where your first thought really goes to as a lockdown defensive player, but that's really where his strength was in that first half.
Absolutely. He had the odd roam, but it was few and far between. You know, it was largely good on-site play from him. And looking comfortable on this roster for this opening match. We'll see how that translates, though, across to the attack, given the Dockerby roll for the opening round. And in combination with the Deimos, expect a lot of information to be available for Barbie Boys late round. Aggressive run out. And Pinku, unfortunately, he's the one to get caught. So those payloads now no longer available.
And funnily enough, it's another opening kill for Shy Academy. Yet, even though they're on the defense now, they're still able to, win these early battles. And certainly on the defensive side of Fortress, that I think will bode even better for them. And certainly a 5v4 advantage on the attack on this map is nice, but it's certainly not going to guarantee you rounds. But on the flip side, only the 4 attackers available for Barbie Boys. If this becomes a trend in the second half, it's going to make their ability to, win attacking rounds far more difficult. And clearly, now into the 7th round, this is becoming an issue. Giving up 6 opening kills to your opponent, and just consistently on the back foot. It just slows you down now on your attacks as well. Having to retake space, re-clear, re-roam. You've got less pressure available. You've got to be cautious of the fact that Shy Academy have got an extra player available who could slip into the lines, get a bit aggressive. But it is Walsh. He is able to find the kill onto Reelers. Struggling at the moment in this game. 1-5. Now means heading into the last 45 seconds of this round. It's a straight 4v4.
Oh, that's a big shot from Quicks. Shot caught. And there's a passage now in towards this objective for Barbie Boys. The 1 nitro for Kaken. There's limited tools elsewhere for Shy Academy to deal with this.
This is where the tide could turn again for Barbie Boys. This is the area that they've been most successful in. The late round scenarios have been their playpen. But there's not a lot of time left as Bailey's going to go for the plan. He's shut down immediately by Rani. Around the corner, Kymedix will go down too. Numbers are still with Barbie Boys as Prez got going. He found 2 kills at the end of the round. They were going with a plan. It got denied. It had to become a straight shootout, of which Barbie Boys come out on top, and they take a 5-2 lead.
Yeah, solid way to open up their attacking account. I think that the late round play there, the identification as to where the win con was really clean. Little hesitation. And Shy Academy probably didn't play it as optimally as maybe they could have. The Cake and Nitro maybe could have been well directed elsewhere. And Maybe could have been a bit more synchronized, I guess, on the retake attempt, but really it's a testament to Bobby Boys. They put themselves in very difficult positions to clear. The cross angles they had were incredibly strong, and that plant position without a nitro was essentially impossible to find and get line of sight on. So, yeah, really good work there from Barbie Boys. And now, only 2 rounds away from the win, but it can be a grueling 2 to find on a map like Fortress.
I was just having a little bit more of a play around with the Jaguar payload, guys, and apparently it straight up just means in Korean to remove, like removal or elimination. So it's a very threatening phone call.
Definitely do that.
Well, we already saw it happen before when it found the kill on Deprez back in the first half.
And we saw the IQ interaction as well from below. So,
well, it's been a funny old game though. It's a 5-2 lead, but you kind of it's a game of 2 halves within the rounds themselves. Academy start well, Bobby Boys just finish better. And right now, that's proving to be good enough as they have the 5-2 lead.
Yeah. Good work there from Bailey to find that one and only deployable shield from the defense. Trading just the one Rotero out for that, so he'll be pretty pleased with that result. Walsh will lurk down below first floor. Intrigued to see how that develops in the round. They lost the Dokkaebi early in the previous round with Pinku succumbing to the run out from Kyvanix, so we'll definitely be looking to exploit it to a greater extent here. Speaking of, Kyvanix may actually be the one to play first contact against the Dokkaebi. Force currently teasing the run out. Pinku holds the line as Barbie Boys look to converge.
Well, this becomes the test now for Shy Academy. It's been a pretty hotly contested match.
Freeze in effect.
The game is moving away from them, especially the best of one. You don't get a lot of opportunities. The opening kill, a rare one for Barbie Boys. Pinku was able to finally shut down the Asami, and Kyvanix was peeking the doorway earlier before to start the round. And now Shy Academy could look to get desperate here. They may be feeling as if they're going to get overwhelmed, wanting to play a little bit more aggressive at these angles and positions. Gas babe thrown out by Sean. There is one close by at this reinforced breach. Sean, is he ready for it? Does he want to swing it while that gas babe is active? The answer right now is no. Bobby Boys biding their time.
Yeah, he should just hold firm. Still 2 gas babes in pocket. Kaken, Nitro, late. Oh, but he swings instead and catches Bailey off guard reels as well. Joins in on the action, and at least Pinku, the last man standing. 3 members still up and running around from the side of the defense. This collapse from the attack has not worked out. I wouldn't count Pinku out, but this is a very tricky clutch.
He's only got 20 seconds as well. It's been a bit of a role reversal here in the 8th round. The opening kill for Barbie Boys with a late round demolition job from Shy Academy. And typically, as this game has played out, it's usually been the other way. Pinku not really given anything. Hits the headshot onto Kaken, but has no real time to win this round. And as soon as he runs into the side, it's an easy elimination for Shy Academy. They stay alive. They get their 3rd round. And they know that this scoreline probably should be a little closer. There's not a lot separating these 2 teams. Even when you kind of look at the multi-kill round so far, it's 3-2 in favor of Shy Academy. Look at the opening kills as well. It's 6-2 in favor of Shy Academy. So those 2 metrics Shy Academy are winning, yet they're down 5-3. So a lot of the numbers right now are kind of suggesting this game is playing closer than the scoreboard suggests. And what that means is Bobby Boys have just been better in the clutch.
Located by attackers.
Yeah, I'll have a look back at the replay from that previous round. Kyvanix over-aggressed and got caught, but it shot his teammate. He aggressed and, well, unfortunately for the side of Barbie Boys, was not caught. Bailey fell. Rest of the attack sort of started to crumble at that point. Left Pinku in a very, very, very challenging 1 versus 3. Did his best, but ultimately not enough. So a 5-3 scoreline as this match continues to develop.
Attackers are heading
Give it a waiting room as we go down below, a site that is very susceptible to vert, very difficult for the defense to obtain control above and keep that. Kaken, keep your gum in your mouth, mate. We don't need a choking hazard mid-map. Defense will typically peel down below and extend horizontally.
I think that would be a first. Quality of the siege so far, though, has been pretty decent. I don't think there's really been a lot of too many mistakes or errors. Especially when you're on, Fortress, the newest map in the pool. But now we're into stage 1. It starts to lose that tag a little bit the more and more you play it. And certainly I think in stage 1, it will get played more. I still think it's a map that just needs a little bit more time for teams to really cook up some strategies, because it does, at the moment, to me, feel like there's almost an inability to see teams really express themselves on this map. Everything stays rather stagnant. It's a bit of a waiting game. Get close to site, but execute late. They can force back down in the kitchen to shut down that call from Walsh.
Yeah, it's patient attack at the moment. Yeah, if there's ever an opportunity or ever a team that finds an opportunity, I suppose, to defend this site by holding vert up above, I think would be a real meta shift. It just seemingly feels impossible at the moment. So little safe area to play, and the peel back as well is also really, really difficult because of where the staircases are structured. Quite easy for the attack to cut off the defense if they retain position too long. So 2 minutes down, 1 to go. There is flank threat available here for Shy Academy. Ivanix is playing this very slowly, but to be fair, that's exactly how you have to play this.
I just leave
now that he's spotted, he has to go down.
Time. Yeah. A very, very quiet round. There's the opening kill. It's from Reelers. Another one for Shy Academy. Just at the moment, maybe when Barley Boys wanted to get aggressive, and now they will off the back of that opening dash. Razor Bloom did connect on to Bailey. 30 seconds on the clock. As Quicks is low, they do have the numbers advantage. An ever so slight one, but still need to get into the site. As Kyvanix now on the roam behind, through the corridor, has the ping, has arguably the freest kill, although goes first for Bailey, and that cost him. That gave Bailey the chance to get the pistol out. Pinku then gets rid of Kaken, and missed opportunity for Shy Academy, but Sean, the Vulcan canister, gets rid of the blitz. It's only Pinku in the 1v1. He's got no time. Saved by the Vulcan canister. Shy Academy are able to take the round.
Oh, yeah, that Vulcan was massive. The play there from Bailey was spot on through Infirmary. He found a couple of highly influential kills in that round. But then at the final hurdle, he tripped into the flames, got cooked alive. Difficult to fault him in that position. It was very much split second. They respond by taking out the Goya for the next round. Flores as well has been impactful, so that too will be benched. Oh, that was a big round. And Shy Academy are fighting their way back into this match.
I think that was probably the first round as well, where it got a little bit sticky for some of the players in the server. And
defenders, protect your bombs.
Certainly that decision to go for the blitz, I don't think it's inherently a bad decision when the blitz is kind of just staring at you in the face. You know there's one close right, and you think, well, if I can deal with the blitz, I can maybe get 2 for 1 here. But he certainly had enough time to get that free kill and then maybe go down to the blitz. It's 1 for 1. In the end, got nothing. Fortunately for Shy Academy, it didn't have an effect on the round result. And they're just eking their way back into this. From 5-2 down, 5-4, 2 in a row. So far, again, defense looking quite strong on a map like Fortress. 3 attacking rounds out of 9 from both teams. And we head into the 10th round. Barbie Boys know they're not going to get too many more opportunities here in this attack. I've only picked up the 1 attacking round so far. 2 straight to Shy Academy. It's been a really hotly contested match.
Reloading. Cover me.
Yeah, certainly been a enjoyable one so far. Pinku leading the pack with his 12 kills. The split on Shy Academy, though, is remarkably even. Several players on 7 figures so far. Shont, though, in terms of his overall impact, heavily facilitated by his 89% cost. Currently MVP for Shy Academy. Fulfilling that Tachanka role for this round. It's been largely supportive, heavy on the shields as expected in the first half. Kyvanix again, aggressive. He's been playing aggro on these contacts, but the Deimos will force it back.
Kyvanix does not shut off the call, doesn't get the opportunity, and then a bit of body damage from Quicks on the Deimos, and there's that Deimos Dockerby combination, guys, that I think teams over the course of stage 1 will employ more often.
Yeah. Very, very difficult. Eating the call, not the worst, but when you're tracked by the Deimos, it makes you so susceptible to the rest of the team pushing forward, and the Deimos specifically with that live information. But a pick back for Shy Academy now means that this round hasn't shaped up all too badly. Peel back towards site. They've got a lot of really strong anchor utility still remaining. All 4 members very, very strong in that regard. And we'll see if Barbie Boys have it within them to be able to break this down.
And this is where it starts to get tense. A good back and forth game of Siege where defense is prevailing. 4 versus 4 for Barbie Boys, desperately searching for that advantage heading into the side execute later in the round. Lacking that pressure now from the death marks of Quicks. They do still have the payloads available from Pinku. Yet, right now, has opted to not go for any calls. He has 3 in pocket.
Yeah, I do wonder what the target will be late. Maybe the Tachanka so that they can try and plant. Be more difficult for Shont to deny that. Although Shont likely will just eat it, I imagine, and continue to shoot out this Shamika launcher. 20 seconds.
Going to use it really as their go button once that call goes out. Shont isn't going to eat it. He will answer the call, and he did so very quickly. And the gas babe was then able to deny the push through the doorway. More Shamika launcher. Usage coming out of Shont. Pinku finds an angle onto Rani. Slight numbers advantage for Barbie Boys. Real is able to get 1. Walsh then a couple too. And now suddenly Pinku and Walsh combine. They walk straight into the site and obliterate the defense. Bided their time nicely. And even though that call was answered by the Tachanka and they were blocked out by the gas babe, it still didn't matter. They found their way in. Now find themselves with 2 match points.
Yeah, that was just nice teamwork and coordination to be able to layer that utility. As I said, all 4 members had super strong late round utility. 3 of them, or I guess 2.5, having to play it actively. The Fenrir may not have had to play it super actively, but certainly Shont and Kaken had to juggle their utility appropriately. And whilst I was a little surprised that Shont elected not to just eat the call, I guess it was unsurprising given that Kaken had his gas babes available, completely shut out the Dorms entry, and then the split push elsewhere was again tamed really, really well there.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
So solid work from Barbie Boys ultimately to persist through that. I think by splitting the attack, that was really what gave them the edge, because trying to brute force the Dorms there was clearly not going to be a particularly viable option.
5 seconds left.
So some credit due, of course, to the defense and their ability to layer that utility, but
Defuse a bomb.
more so Barbie Boys in being able to maneuver that.
Remember your purpose.
Well, it's a long
Matt-
stage ahead, Guz, but
Yeah.
and I don't want to go too early, but you think about there's only 4 teams that make playoffs, 4 out of the 8. So you think about a match like this, how many of Barbie Boys and Shy Academy can fit into that top 4 when you've got the likes of Enterprise and Rival and Chiefs, for example? I'm not going to say that this one game is going to be a deciding factor, but it could have big repercussions. And it's a 2-round lead for Barbie Boys. It just sets off your stage as best possible.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
these are the games you want to win for these 2 teams, both of them. These are the games you've got to win if you're going to make top 4.
Yeah. Somewhat unforgiving format, whereas maybe in years gone by, it's been a larger volume of teams that have made it through to the playoff bracket. Don't hate it though. I think the group stage should have maybe a little more stake to it, and that's what we've got. So, as for this round, the Dockerby IQ combination. So Walsh will lurk below. And it's Pinky to call out targets on the Dokkaebi from above.
Located a bomb.
I know it's Fortress, and I know that it's a map that leans itself into a slower pace attacking playstyle, but Bobby Boys have shown really, really good patience, even such as that. Pinku outside, watching that doorway. Kyvanix again goes for that sort of peak. It's the second time in this half, guys, that it has cost him, and he's done so both times on the Azami. It's starting to unravel.
Yeah, double down from Bailey. Barbie Boys are looking really good now to take this map. Shont needs to put on a masterclass. Kaken's been quiet. He falls. It's now up to Shont and Reelers.
Well, I mean, this is just over. Reelers needs to get the ace from a 1v5 position. Doesn't connect the shotgun that time. Quicks from behind on the Deimos, and Bobby Boys will put an end to it as they kick off stage 1 in the best fashion possible. It's a lovely win against Shy Academy, 7-4 on Fortress. Certainly a game as well. I'm sure they'll walk away from Gus thinking they could have played that better. They gave up so many opening deaths. They lost all the early engagements. They didn't really have the cleanest of first halves either. Yet they walked away 7-4. That's a pretty good result. They showed really good resilience in their attacking half. Really good patience as well. Good build up. And certainly the execution that we saw from them on defense in the first half, which was their strength. They brought that as well to the second half, and that was the difference between the two teams. Disappointing for Shy Academy, but Bobby Boys look good.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the talent within this roster was given an opportunity to shine in this matchup, and so I think as it develops, as we continue to go forward, it's all about just gaining experience and maturity as the stage develops, and then who knows, if they are able to potentially go on and make top 4, they're a team that can do a lot of damage. So I'm very excited to see how they develop, and I think just overall having a good read of their opposition really aided them as well in this match today. Some good counterplay across the board and just able to convert their game plan.
I mean, it goes without saying the standout star was Pinku. He started off on fire in that first half and then just didn't really slow down in the second half either. 157 EPS with the 16.5 KD, super high cost as well at 73%. Anything over 70 is usually a very, very good game. He got 2 opening kills. The opening kills metrics, though, for Shy Academy were obviously great. 3 for Kyvanix. Everyone else got 1. Shont with a solid 73% cost and had a 105 EPS. Even though they did end up losing this 7-4 and a well and truly deserved result for Barbie Boys, there were still some good things to take away, I think, for Shy Academy. They, in the first half, their own attack actually looked pretty decent at times, really let down by the late game execution, but started those rounds really, really well. There's a lot that they can walk away from and take the positives, learn from the negatives, but for Barbie Boys, they get the win, and that matters a lot more in a stage where out of the 8 teams, only 4 get to go to playoffs. You want to just bank all the wins you can get.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, every match will be critical. Tiebreakers could be important, etc. Expecting it to be very, very, very close in the mid-table. So it's a good way to start off the stage with a confident win.
Obviously, for this game, a big win for Barbie Boys. And we've got the wonderful IGL in Prez for an interview. Fresh off a hot performance where he dropped 3 kills, 7 deaths. He was the superstar. Prez carried. No, I'm just kidding. You know it was Pinku. Prez, congratulations on the win. And that's all that matters. A win to start off the stage. Couldn't have asked for anything better.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, few kind of first day nerves, but you know that's how it is sometimes with Pro League. But yeah, Ryan really showed up today and we kept a level head and got the job done. So pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I want to talk a bit more about Pinku. Obviously, jumping into the squad was a big addition, and I think he has the potential to go on and be probably one of the best in the region with a bit of time. Is that kind of how you see him being the best player on the team? Is that something that you're conscious of, aware of, or is it more so just put him in place and we've got 5 good players that we can play around?
I think it's more so like we're just a team of 5 solid players. Like there's no real like best player on the team per se. It's just all about like my role is just more so activating each of the other players. So yeah, he's a great player, and I've been been a teammate of his for years now, and I always fall back on him because he's Mr. Reliable, and yeah, he showed that today.
So if Pinku gets 16 kills, Prez, and you activated him, did you get 16 kills?
Absolutely. Nah, tonight, honestly, Ryan was his own weapon tonight. I didn't do much for him tonight, but yeah, nah, he was solid.
I did want to ask, obviously you've been around a hot minute, mate, and this is a rare stage, a rare opportunity, 2 slots in Oceania for, you know, global event. Does that change the mindset when you almost think retroactively, seasons gone by where it's just 1 slot, there's usually a powerhouse team, whether it be the old Bliss team or whatever? Does it change the mindset now where it's like, hey, if we have a really good stage, we could make EWC?
Yeah, absolutely. I think now with the 2 slots, it's like, obviously you're always gunning for that first place, but with the likes of like Enterprise now and your Chiefs of the past, it was always a real tough ask to beat those teams. But yeah, now with that 2nd slot, it's like it's a real possibility, and I mean we've been working our asses off this preseason, so we're going to be really gunning for that 2nd place.
Last one before I let you go, but do you think it raises the overall quality within the region, even though it's an inadvertent 2nd slot? Doesn't change too much, but because everyone else is like, hey, we can get that, do you think it raises the quality? Absolutely.
I think now, like, all the other teams realize that it is a possibility to go international, and it's not just seen as, oh, there's Enterprise, there's Chiefs, so we can't beat them, and like, what's the point of trying? So I think now, like, every team is putting in their 100%, and every team is going to be working their asses off for the major.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Prez, for your insight. Congratulations on the win, and I'm sure we'll speak to you later in the coming playdays.
So yeah, thanks guys. Have a good night.
Bubby Boys with the win. Perfect way to kickstart the stage, and kind of like in that interview, as Prez is alluding to, is you get that 2nd slot, and really the entire region just goes, oh, hang on, we could do something here. We're not going to get completely blocked out by what is usually the number 1 powerhouse team in Oceania. There are 2 slots now, and it's going to be a battle for that. And it kind of, and I'm sure we'll touch on this on the other broadcasts of Asia and APAC North, etc. It has that flow and effect. What is Asia going to be like? The teams take the foot off the pedal. It's going to be crazy. But certainly for this region, I think when you kind of look at the game that we just played and you think, well, there's not really a clear number 2 standout. Yeah, there's EP, but there's not really a clear number 2 standout. Any of these teams think, hey, if we just put the work in over the next month or 2, we could maybe go to EWC.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, if they're all putting in maximum effort and they're intermingling, they're scrimming, they're practicing, etc., it raises the level for everybody. So that's why I'm really expecting the quality of the Siege to be perhaps even the best it's been ever. That is a real possibility. And match 1, I think, gave a pretty good insight that it should be quite good.
Yeah, I think that for me as well, the other part of all of this that doesn't go unforgotten and certainly unnoticed is but Enterprise. You know, if the rest of the region is raising their game and they just think it's going to be a case of walk in, get the job, oh, there's 2 slots, but anything's can happen. They've got to stay locked in as well, and it's good for them too. As much as they've of course continued to improve international events, etc., it's always then a detriment when they have to come back home and maybe the quality suffers a little bit, and then they have to warm back up before they go to the next international event. If the quality is at the highest point when they get back home, I mean, it's just helping the entire region massively. So I'm really keen to see what the flow and effects will be for stage 1 into EWC, then into stage 2, etc.
Yeah, I totally agree as well. I think as we go week to week, it's only going to improve, and then playoffs, we're going to see a big ramp up in terms of quality with the top 4 battling it out with only the 2 slots on the line. So I think OCE really does stand out as being the most exciting sub-region of APL to probably track over the course of this stage. And the question will be who takes that 2nd slot with EP. Not quite a lock-in, but close to. I think every other team really does have a serious shot.
All right, 1 game in the books. Arcade Esports, Man Alifo, the one that is up next after the break.
I play for Chiefs in the APL. When I was a kid, I was really goofy and I would run around trying to make everyone laugh. You know, the normal gamer life. I would never do any homework, skip school as much as possible, and just goof around. I wouldn't say I was always a gamer as a kid, but I played a few games every now and then. The first game I would say I ever played was at my friend's house. We played Battlefront, the old Battlefront, and that's kind of, so I guess it started the FPS straight from there. Yeah, so I have a sister. I wouldn't say it's always been very competitive between us, but I feel like now it could be. And she's older than me, so she's definitely helped me across everything in terms of just growing as a person. Yeah, I think my competitive spirit definitely came from just me as a kid, trying new things for sure. And I think a lot of people have told me that when I put all my focus on something and when I really do enjoy it, I get really good at it. And I think that really drives my competitive spirit in terms of like gaming, and just anything, sports as well. I started off playing like soccer, and I was very competitive in it. I played for a lot of academies as a kid, so I really enjoyed it and definitely was like something that I tried to pursue. I definitely stopped because of gaming. I guess it kind of took over, and I drew all my focus from like just like sports and fitness just to gaming. Fitness is definitely something that I've drawn to because gaming took over, and now fitness is something that I look back on just for everyday life because that's something I kind of grew apart when I started gaming. My first game that I was obsessed about was TF2. I think just how fast paced it was and like how funny it can be. Also the competitive factor of it as well. Obviously Siege came in and I started playing when I was like 13, 14 on my PlayStation, and my obsession just started from console days. Yeah, I think I was really obsessed with TF2 at that time. It was just like a funny game, there was aim in it, and it was just like just beating everyone in the public lobbies was just really fun. But I would say when I was young, Siege definitely took over that obsession, committed into this game, playing it every day after school, and then I guess I eventually moved to PC. On console Siege, I didn't play that long. I think it was just about maybe like a year, and I was honestly like a complete noob. Like first controller game, I got good kind of fast, and then when I kind of like peaked on console, that's when I wanted to move to PC. I hit Diamond in Skull Rain, so it was like around 6k elo. I don't think I was good still, but I hit the rank. I think I wanted to move to PC because I watched a lot of like content creators at the time, like Serenity 17, Kickstar, and like the movement just seemed so like fun, and like obviously like the Pro League scene. I kind of wanted to move to PC as well as like other games as well. I think it was just like a lot more fast paced, mechanic based. It just looked a lot more fun. So that's why I kind of wanted to get PC.
they've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off Tick. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh! Got another one for Solotov. Information from the Bees. It goes in. Shotgun. W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the impact.
He gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the confirmation! He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Eski gotta go.
a few seconds. Stick it, Ness, stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down BC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael. Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
It's a video, guys, that's going to get played a lot throughout this stage, but boy, that was honestly really well produced. Shout out to the fellas behind that one. As we move forward, Arcade Esports Men LFO coming up, guys. A game that should be very interesting to kind of follow on from our first series of the day, where we're going to it now with this mindset of, you want to pick up the wins nice and early. It's not the end of the world. It's a long stage, but for playoff slots doesn't leave you a lot of room if you want to make it there. Of course, Arcade Esports coming in as an organization that picked up the old Rock LFO roster, and for Men LFO, changes to them as well coming into this stage.
Yeah, again, I don't think the result really in isolation is going to matter a ton. Very early stages, a lot can change from now to play day 7. But I think using the first game really as the benchmark is more so what's the quality of the siege like? Because again, the expectation heading into this stage is that all of the teams have really found an extra bit of motivation really to push forward and try and claim a spot at EWC. And so the expectation being that the teams have put in a lot of work, a lot of scrim time, and hopefully that's lifted the whole region.
Let's go and have a look at Arcade Esports first up in this matchup. A new look organization as they, as I said, picked up the Rock LFO core roster, and a pretty solid roster as well to boot. Again, I think names now that are starting to become a little bit more prominent in Tier 1 Oceania, guys, whereas maybe when they first stepped onto the scene, it felt almost like this Tier 2 sort of team. But I mean, as time has gone on, clearly they've been able to establish themselves a place within the upper echelons of the Oceanic region.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, a team that has slowly started to develop. It can take a lot of time, and again, without maybe that extra motivation in the past, with only the one slot in OS potentially, that just hampered them and their development a little bit. But I mean, they went through a pretty decent run, man LFO at the time, over the course of that the kickoff. OS finishing third. It was actually quite a respectable performance from them. And yes, there's been changes and all the rest of it, so not going to overanalyze, but I think heading into this particular stage, excited to see how it actually does shape up and what they actually look like today with the kind of amalgamation that they have going for them now. I probably should clarify, Rock Alpha are actually finishing fourth in kickoff, but again, still respectable top half of the teams in the region. So yeah, excited to see what they develop over the course of the next couple of weeks.
ACOG and Machine out, Wizard and Azers come into the team, so it's a bit of a rejig for them coming into this stage. But certainly I think a team that, again, like I said at the start of the show, I don't think outside of Enterprise there's any other team in the region that should go into any matchup and think they're guaranteed to win. And it's because of teams like Arcade Esports and the roster that they've got. They can be lively, they can be deadly, certainly in best of ones. They can steal maps off any team. Again, prefacing that Enterprise are probably excluded from a lot of these conversations just because of how experienced those guys are. But clearly there's enough firepower on this roster. You kind of look at Man LFO and the team that they've put together. I said before, I think they made changes, but it looks as if actually they've kept it pretty much the same for Beers, Elements, Pluto, Hunter, and Sharky all returning. So not really any change-ups for them. Of course, coached by Sali, who's a big factor in this region. It's a solid team. Well and truly, I think this is a team, again, can do big things, could look to make playoffs. They actually made the deep run back in kickoff, guys, where they made that upper bracket final against Enterprise. And certainly on that first map, they only lost at 7-5. It was competitive. Ultimately, though, then went on to lose to Chiefs in a disappointing fashion to not make the grand final. But if you take what they did in kickoff and apply it to stage one, well, as we know, they would be in with a very good chance of trying to get top 2 this stage.
Yeah, they were, I guess, only one step away, really. And so if they can find that extra development, or they have been able to do so leading in to stage 1 in preparation, they have the benefit, as you said, when we saw the roster, that it is essentially unchanged. And that can be a massive boost, especially early on in a stage where typically a lot of other teams, specifically in O's, will still be feeling things out and getting proper exposure to official. These guys have been here, done it before, they'll be comfortable. And I think it's just about building upon what they did back in kickoff, which was strong, it was positive, and to compound that, actually, their first opening game of kickoff was against Rock LFO, 2-0 victory there, which kind of started that run through the bracket. So positive signs for them, and a team that's very much on my radar as being a roster that can take the second slot.
We don't have the map veto graphic for this particular game, guys, but we are going to Chalet. You got spoiled that earlier, actually, so you've had a bit of time to think about it. What do you make of going to Chalet for this match between these two teams?
I guess just to contextualize the selection a little bit, Fortress, which we saw in the last map, was actually the very first ban for Man LFO, so they could persist as a perma over the course of the stage. And then as for the maps that remained before the Chalet Decider, it was Border and then Clubhouse finally taken out by Man LFO. So maybe just erring on the side of caution with structure and wanting to play a little bit more of a free and open map. I will say that given Man LFO's stuck together, I don't think a structured map probably would have been all too bad for them, but Chalet are very much a staple at this point, and Rock LFO, it's one of their higher preference maps, and they've had success there in the past.
So let's get on the way. It's Chalet, our second match of the night. Arcade Esports, Man LFO, a tremendous kickoff for Man LFO, and we'll see if they could follow on that form from the opening stage of the season. Heading into stage 1, though, there's more on the line, certainly more up for grabs. So for Man LFO, they'll hope that they can continue their good start to the 2026 calendar year. For Arcade Esports, representing new organization, previously LFO, no longer, but as we know in this region, that does come with the curse, the new org curse that can be placed upon you. We'll see if that follows suit for Arcade. They start on the defense, and apparently we're straight into a timeout.
I'm assuming I haven't heard that this is an illegitimate timeout, so this may be the first ever pre-round 1 timeout I think
Get
either
started
of us
early.
have ever seen. Yeah.
I think it might have been a fat finger. Yeah, I think
Okay.
we're going to be getting a rehost to get things properly underway. I was going to say, I've seen 1 round tack timeouts before, Guz. That's happened very rarely. It doesn't happen a lot. But certainly not a tactical timeout straight after the ban phase. I wouldn't mind seeing that from someone at some point.
Just a
as
BM.
well, not even a BM, but to play mind games a little bit. I don't know. That also then that comes with the risk that you might want it later on. Rehost in progress as we're going to be getting underway for Chalet very shortly. It should be a very quick one, clearly, as we didn't really get underway at all.
Well, I think I just actually had word that there was not a rehost, so yeah, we're actually going to rejoin the lobby right now. I guess we'll be able to confirm at some point whether or not that was an intentional timeout or some kind of shenanigans taking place, but either way, let's jump in. It's Dokkaebi and Blackbeard off the board for the attack. Azami, Denari denied from the defense, and it's top floor, the first side of choice, Arcade, looking to build momentum early here.
I mean, how often are you thinking this Dokkaebi is going to get banned?
10 seconds to go.
Well, I didn't think it was going to stray too far away from 100%. I really thought it was going to be like 75 plus. Throughout CNL so far, it was around that 50% kind of mark, and in OCE so far, I think it's probably replicated that in the first match, if I remember correctly, or very close to. So I don't think it's going to be quite the perma-ban or even perma-pick. There were several rounds also where it was available and unpicked, but I anticipate it will be quite strong. And I think it's also going to be slightly team-dependent as to who wants to exploit it, etc. So we'll see.
I mean, Dokkaebi, even prior to the change, at times would get banned out, so naturally it's still going to go into that element of, I think, either pick ban for the most part. It'll be high statistically in those categories, as Hunter will be the first elimination. Courtesy of Wizard on his new team. And think back, I think it was the start of last year when Wizard made his debut on, dare I say, unfortunately, an average team that couldn't quite perform, but he was able to have a pretty good rookie season, now into his second year. One of the things that I've kind of really tried to grasp more on in the last year or two, certainly last year, is the new names and the new faces coming into the region. It's kind of crazy to think that, 6 years ago when I came into Siege, I think there's maybe 1 or 2 players left. It's just naturally the evolutional cycle. It's always good to really put preface on the newer faces coming in, as Pluto able to answer back a little bit later. 90 seconds left, 4v4. Good start for both teams.
Yeah, certainly so. A somewhat even trade midpoint of the round as well, so time not a massive factor at the moment for the attack. There is, though, a lack of hard breach here, potentially. Soft wall, though, may alleviate some of that threat. It does mean, though, that Man Alpha will have to be quite precise with their util placement if they are to try and dislodge some of these positions, and Beers plays a key role. Glaz into Warden. It's the F2 elsewhere, actually, though, to win out. Pluto's pushed forward over towards Piano. Sharky elsewhere finds Snow, and it's a 4-2 advantage in favor of the attack.
And Sharkin can go for the plant now, though from below, looking to disrupt is Loyalith. And he was able to disrupt successfully. And Solar's doing its work. Sharky's now had to reposition from below. Is there a chance to deny it? Not quite. Sharky does go down, but the plant will be successful. And they lost Wizard as well. And so far, the attack for Man LFO is proving to be successful indeed. Pluto finds the last kill. Wonderful start for Man LFO. Picking up where they left off from a solid kickoff campaign. They get the opening round here on Chalet.
Yeah, I think it's probably fair to say it was a little risky there to have such a lack of, well, complete absence of hard breach there from the attack, but they still had some of those key playmakers available to really pinch pressure into the likes of half wall, alleviate some of that disturbance that was kind of lacking with no hard breach. Arcade probably forfeiting Piano a little more easy than they would have otherwise liked. It opened up that cross and exposed Officer early. Man Alpha exploited that. If it had played out a little bit differently and that was better traded by the defense, that's where we would have seen Loyalith down below, especially on the Solace, have the platform to make impact, and he could have stayed below, and if he denies the plant once, it might have been enough for the rest of the defense to converge, etc. But unfortunately, the round was too far gone at that point. And it was essentially a formality for Man LFO to get it across the line, which they did. And so an early lead here for the attack.
5 seconds to go.
Calibrating air compression. Have you read my update to the training manual?
Can you try something?
Yeah, 4 for Pluto. But it really did feel like a team effort for Man LFO. And Biz is another one as well, guys. I think as he's come onto the scene and started to make waves, this to me feels like, well, stage 1, stage 2, this kind of year. Can he take that next step? You know, and of the newer faces coming into Tier 1 OCE, who are the ones to take that next step early and look to eventually over time, you know, replace the likes of, you know, your Brendos and your Jigsaws and your Tuhans as they've kind of become the faces of the region now. Who's next in line? Who shows those glimpses? And it's teams like Arcade and Man LFO, you know, your Shy Academies, and your Barbie Boys. Those teams that make up half of the Tier 1 region. It's going to be players from those kind of rosters that will eventually be that new generation. Loyal towards Library Stairs. Arcade are keeping this rather compact right now over towards Bar Games. And that's just leaving Man LFO on the exterior for the most part. Pluto slowly through dining is offering some kind of entry for the attack. The focus looks like it will be towards Library.
Oh, good util dump. Wizard caught sight. Bar flooded. Pluto to lead the charge. And Beers finds a pick elsewhere. So midpoint of the round, and it's been a success so far once again here for Man LFO. Barstock exposed, and Loyal is trying to now exploit that on the side of defense. But once again, the defense at a deficit. Loyal, though, this time in a position to have impact. Sharky back on his feet, but low alongside Hunter. This is still a difficult round for the attack to convert.
I mean, this is a decent position, but it's not going to be able to deny the plant. Now, Sharky will be successful. That was really more so up to Azes to deny it from above in Library. Plant will be on the ground. Azes drop immediately, spots the kit. Will he go straight on it and look to stick it? And it looks as if that will be the game plan for Azes. He's going to put all his eggs into this basket. Around the corner, he's not getting off it. He is not getting off it. They thought the peppering of shots would do enough to dislodge him from that kit, and he holds strong for Arcade, and they are on the board due to a small slip-up from Man LFO.
Uh-oh. Well, we've been very positive in praising the quality of the siege so far tonight, and I stand by that, but unfortunately, a bit of a slip-up there. Just mars the record. That was very much Man LFO's round to lose. And unfortunately, just got a little sleepy there in the post and allowed that opportunity. Just expecting the counter defuse to fall off, but I think any defender in that position's just going to stick and buy their lotto ticket, and the numbers hit for Arcade.
Well. Like when you have the 2 players, it's a 2v1. Don't get me wrong, I understand you're low on health, but at the big window, you just swing clear, and if he gets off to kill you, then there's not much time for him to either get back on it and stick it the whole way or go searching for the second kill. So you want to put the decision in his hands at that moment. But it's an honest mistake in some ways too, because I mean, these guys have played this game so many times. How many times out of 100 do you think that the defender gets off the kit there? Like 80 out of 100, 70 out of 100? More often than not, he's probably going to be panicked, a little bit startled. It's a little unique moment that has big repercussions. Arcade on the board because of it. Just deflates the tires a little bit of Man LFO. It started so hot, won the opening round, looked strong in the second round. That flank from Pluto through dining towards Bar, that really unlocked the round 4 Man LFO as well.
Another mag! Deploying drone.
We'll see if Man LFO can cast that last round aside and refocus it. Because the majority of the siege they played so far has looked quite tidy. Early portions though of the 3rd round. Not quite the same story as Sari finds the first. Good pick over towards Piano. Elements falls. He was prepping for the drop down play to bathroom. He saw him preset that utility, and so that's a pretty big option now stripped away, especially for the solar side hit. It's going to compromise it pretty significantly, but it seems as if Man LFO will commit.
Not having the ROUs available now certainly going to hinder the late round plant attempt for Man LFO. Wizard just stays tucked in closet and biding his time. Oh, Pluto hits a lovely shot onto the popping up, as is the Warden eliminated swiftly. It brings it to another 4 versus 4. Neither of these two teams have been able to gain a lot of ascendancy early on in the opening 3 rounds here of Chalet. Sharky able to push through Wizard. No more smokes available for the defense. Next kill, ultra important for Arcade Esports. Cyrus still has piano control, but they lose Snow elsewhere. You have to find a kill for him as well. Zyro trying to take the battle at the window. There was one more up close at the doorway. Don't think he was ready for it. It was actually a team kill, by the way. Hunter onto Sharky. And then in the end, Pluto and Beers able to hit the right targets as we see Man LFO once again in the winning seat, and arguably should be 3-0 up, let's be honest.
Yeah. Pretty brazen of them to commit to the play on that solar side, but I guess they'd already kind of put the cards on the table, and when Elements fouled, there probably wasn't really an optimal fallback, so pretty well played. Got pressure double window, able to fight their way forward, and then conscious of the flank attempt laid over towards solar. Pretty just good, clean, tidy siege there from them. So they're making up for, I suppose, the opportunity that went astray in the previous round. Should be 3-0, but isn't. Regardless, they have lead on attack. And whilst Chalet can open itself and lend its way, that can, of course, happen on this style and size of map. I think Arcade are going to be a little concerned with probably how the half is starting to develop. I'll be intrigued to see if there's any kind of reprieve with the bans. They kind of cancel one another out there with the Twitch mirror. And so that is going to leave a lot of that information gathering, of course, still up. We'll see the Snake initially selected here, round 4. Doe could be available. Lion, of course, as well. And so we'll see if that's something that Man Alpha look to compound in the remainder of the half or not. It looks like they're going to fall back to the sense, though, for this one. And Elements, I'm sure, will be eager to have impact.
And so far, 3 rounds played, no opening kill has been converted from either team, and Pluto's had 2 multi-kill rounds, an 8-1 start. If we thought Pinku was hot, I mean, Pluto might be hotter at the moment. Heading into round 4, already 8 kills to his name. The fact that as well, in the 3 rounds played, Man LFO have been able to get the kit down twice out of the 3 rounds. Of course, didn't convert in the second round, much to their own undoing. They've been the better team. That's why I said this really could / should be 3-0. It's not, though. That's the reprieve for Arcade Esports. Find a way to shut down Pluto's running rampant on Chalet. 4th round coming up.
Oi, enemy has a device planted nearby.
One of the players here at the moment posturing West, man. Maybe they look to activate Sharky early here. Get that pressure. Oileth with a very aggro jump out over towards Games, but doesn't find any targets. And in the meantime, Sharky over towards Dining, but Wizard on site. What a play. A lot of time available still to the attack, but unfortunately, so many members have fallen that this is now Arcade's round to lose. Pluto falls, unable to farm this time out. And Hunter in a 1 versus 3. He's dismissed as well. Very, very quick round there, but it goes in favor of the defense.
Yeah, I wonder what the comms were for Man LFO, because they just looked a little bit split in some of the decision-making and positioning. Didn't, to me, seem as if all 5 were really set as to what they wanted to do. And when that double push in happens, I mean, Wizard, firstly does an amazing job to get those 2 kills, but the round almost felt like it was over from there because everyone else was then outnumbered in their fights that they were looking to then take. So it didn't seem like Man LFO set themselves up perfectly in that round. Yeah, solid from Wizard, just quick to react.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
And certainly a round win that is most deserving for Arcade. Their first real deserving round win on the board. And it doesn't really matter how you get them. Certainly in a best of one, day one of the stage, you just want to bank the wins. And if you can get yourself a scrappy win against a team in Man LFO who had a very good kickoff, this would be a great start to their campaign.
5 seconds to insertion.
The first real blunder for Man LFO. We'll see if it is a one-off for them. 2 rounds to go in the half.
Deploying ADS. Stay clear of the blast swapping mags. Magnets ready.
Yeah, I mentioned before in terms of the attacking compositions here for Man LFO, and if they lean more heavily into information, it hasn't really been the case at all up until maybe this round where Pluto will jump onto the Lion. Prior to that, it was really just, I guess, the Grim that they dabbled in. Outside of that, it was a lot more execute utility that they were leaning into. The Glaz, for instance.
Well, heavy on the
Heartbreak as well was
well,
the focus. Drone heavy, yeah, with the Brava. So we'll see what the Lion can add for this round. Util dump library to kick off proceedings. And hard breach to follow from Elements.
Yeah, we see them multi for the first time as well. So I wonder if Arcade maybe get the sense that they can play a little bit more around the map. They know that Man LFO have been bringing drones. That's why they banned the Twitch. They still get they're bringing the Bravo as well. And lose Syro early on the Jaeger. Not ideal, but if the ADS is a place, job done. That previous round was, of course, the first round where the opening kill did convert the round win. It was Wizard and Arcade. And LFO have yet to be able to do it themselves. Second opening kill for Pluto in the game. He has all 2 for Man LFO. And they get this Monty involved. At the moment, they got library control. Well established. You got Pluto as well. Over towards blue, can push up library stairs. I like the map control for Man LFO. But this might be a re-aggress from Arcade up library stairs, and it does not work out. Snow went first. There is a second, though, in Az's. Beers was not ready for that. You take the 1-for-1, especially as it gets the Capitao off the board.
Yeah, and it gives you now a bit of control up above. Could throw a curveball at the rest of this attack, but it's only temporary. Wizard as well being taken low as Pluto's searching for his 10th. Doesn't quite get it. But Man LFO claimed the round.
Yeah, very interesting round. I think that for Man LFO, they took good ground in library, but they also still had lurkers just outside the primary side as well, especially the way that Pluto was positioned. So they had good pressure, and they knew exactly where most of the defenders were. The only point of difference really was that double push up library stairs, but even then, Beers was ready for it, gets 1 kill at the very least, 1-for-1 trade. You know, the other one's taken a little bit more ground back inside a library, and they're ready for it, though, with the way that they're positioned. Man LFO, to me, have looked better in this first half on their attack. A big round for them to finally convert an opening kill into a round win for the first time, too. Both teams make that back-to-back. Just struggling Arcade to win a lot of their gunfights. I mean, this is a little bit ambitious there from Syra at the start of the round. And it was at this moment here, 3v4. It's that next decision that matters the most. Azus goes down a little bit too easily, and from there they already had good pressure through bar, into bar stock, off the back of Pluto and Sharky. So they had just pressure everywhere. You think the fight's happening upstairs in library, but it's not. It's coming directly at you. You're not ready for it. You got a shield at your face. Pluto's already deep position in sight. That's a really solid siege from Man LFO.
Sensor on. Let's see what I can find.
So, what feels like a pivotal round now for both teams.
A repeat on bar games is interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Was going to be my point. The repeat here is a big call from Arcade to be making. See if it pays dividends. Some scrambling for control back up above in the last round. This time they don't want to lose it at the start, but Asses gets caught. Solid work there from Hunter and the rest of the team to lay a pressure up above. Snow still mez, and Syra goes searching down below.
Does connect onto Pluto. That's a huge elimination. Tried to make this similar play in the previous round. Got caught just at the bottom of fireplace stairs. This time was able to actually make his way towards the main entrance. Get a good swinging kill onto Pluto. Beer's on 1 HP. Effectively. Arcade have a chance to close this half out in the winning fashion. Certainly there will be patience for Man LFO. Beers, though, does get caught at the window. Rampaging Snow retaking towards Library. They do lose Loyalist, though, on the Solus. Matchcell available towards Barfort. Wizard, he finds a headshot onto Sharky, though. Well, Men LFO clearly trying to just brute force their way in. But the positions are well held by Arcade. Syra with the shadow advantage. And Wizard again locking down that site. And all things said, it's an equal half. 3-3 here on Chalet.
Wonder how much shit I wrote down, you never broke down. My back used to be up against walls, it's on the ropes now. Fighting for that feeling we had in your Laredo. Back when you saw the thorns on my crown, more like a halo. My conscience punished me for the past while I was out there trying to ball. Bet you seen through the mask, hope I ain't being brash. If I say you could've split it with me, girl, you would see riches with me if you stuck around through the rags. My motivation these days is different. I mostly beat on myself, I don't wanna spoil a couple things I prayed for and was gifted. Just peep the drive, see how I stayed in my lane when they shifted. I knew that time could not erase what my destiny's written. Right there next to these writtens. In my skin and my DNA like the one that was risen. I'm out that grave and I'm where life is the only decision. I'm not alone in my plight. I want you alone for the flight. About to take off in a minute. I dreamed it up. Changed out my lifestyle. New money, nice house. I claimed it up. And that seems enough. But one thing really on me, I'm thinking of. In my sleep, I see new scenes of a just you, me, 2 rings, no strings to cut. But I don't know what you want. Do thinking of it make me wrong. And has it been too long? Yeah, still I got my eyes on the prize, nothing else in sight, just tunnel vision. If I got commas missing, I don't know who might come up missing. I don't know who gon' beat her through it. Thought you were that one time that got proven not to be so true. I got left halfway out my mind, had to gather some things. Rearranging what really matter, kill casual flings. Set the goal and saw nothing after, had to take a risk. Bet on me, cause that's what it will. Before you fantasize of them, you should dream of a better self, and that's for real. I dreamed it up, changed out my lifestyle. New money, nice house, I cleaned it up. And that seems enough. But one thing really on me, I'm thinking of. In my sleep, I see new scenes of a just you, me, 2 rings, no strings to cut. But I don't know what you want. Do thinking of it make me wrong. And has it been too long?
Well, a fun first half, guys. A little difficult to decipher. At times, it felt like Man LFO were clearly the stronger of the two teams, but Arcade Esports show strong resilience. They get themselves a 3-3 half, so split things equally. They go into their own attack now. But a fun game of Chalet so far.
Yeah, certainly entertaining. It's been probably a little rough around the edges at times, but sometimes Chalet can be a little conducive to that. I think a lot of it was off the back of the defense of Arcade. Often left to sort of scramble for map control or taking some pretty uncalculated fights or some unfavored fights, I suppose, that they were forced into, and that led to a bit of a chaos ball more often than not, but certainly fun to watch from the sidelines. I mean, here's one decent example there. Hunter with the clear. Syro scrambles, but he's good for 2. He's a massive difference maker in that round. And then those on site were able to clean up. Wizard pretty pleased with that, and he's had a strong half so far. Bans for the second half, Mira, Denari, Monty, and Blackbeard.
And the Dockerby gets through as well, immediately selected by Snow. We were speaking about that in the first half, so it doesn't get banned. Available for Arcade. We'll see how much of an influence the Dockerby will have for Arcade Esports.
5 seconds to go.
With the double shield ban from Man LFO, I do wonder if at some point they might elect to bring the clash.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers recovered the diffuser.
So bedroom and office for the 7th round. And Pluto started really hot, 8-1. It's cooled off a tiny bit in the last couple of rounds of the first half. Hunter has certainly performed. 7-3. And interesting for a game that is tied, there is no one that's necessarily going positive for Arcade. Wizard the closest, equal at 5-5. So one aspect that they've been a little bit better at is certainly playing the overall objectives and not necessarily winning all of the gunfights. They're not winning rounds all that convincingly. I'm curious to see how they will now go on their attack.
See the sense as well selected. Once again, we saw a couple of glimpses of that back in the first half. Its impact is a little more limited. People are trying to contest over towards Master Bedroom. In the meantime, Loyal has made his way in, punishes Pluto with the over-aggress. 4-4. Sharky takes a hit of damage alongside Hunter, but he wins his fight out with the SMG.
He's dominated down over towards West Main. He's completely dominated. Got rid of the Capitao as well. Like, I mean, this has changed the round massively for Arcade.
Yeah, keeping that solar push at bay really, really nicely. The backup plan here for Arcade is kind of a swing and hope it hits. It's going to be rough.
We do still have one more RU in pocket for Snow. Couple of flashes, 2 front grenades as well on the sense. Oh, he needed to hit that shot. That would have been a lovely fall down kill. Make it 3v3. Doesn't connect. Everyone on the top floor now for Man LFO, primarily to defend the objective. Job done from Hunter over towards Westmain on that first floor earlier in the round, and it has now really stifled Arcade Esports. They've gone completely flat foot.
30 seconds. They do have a belt of utility that they can try and dump in here, although it's into the Warden. There's also Nitro up. Man, LFO looks set. Ground now taken inside of Solar. What can Arcade do?
One as well on the bedroom repel. Well, that was a misplaced Nitro from Sharky. That cost him his life as Wizzy gets the clean kill. Az is then able to shut down Hunter. Leaves Elements suddenly by himself, but the plant goes down. Temporary 1v1 needs to win this. Does not on the other side of the closet. Az it's then with the pistol pushes through. Arcade Esports steal the round.
Well, they went for the swing and they hit the home run. That was perfectly played there. Able to flood, then get in towards default. Azaz did a phenomenal job finding that long angle in particular towards Piano, but then also to stall out time and critically stay alive for the plant and then find the kill. Some good individual brilliance from him. And that's probably the second round now, fair to say, for Man LFO. Maybe not as egregious as the first, but certainly another round where they were a high chance to win, didn't convert. And given how close this match may shape up to be, it could prove to be quite costly.
Well, they've now won 3 of the last 4 rounds. And, you know, the goodwill of these moments of Man LFO that have clearly been working for them is starting to evaporate pretty quickly if you're not turning those into round wins. Hunter had a really good power play towards West Main in that round. Gets rid of the Capitao nice and early. Never really got to use the bolts. Found a second kill as well. They shut down Loyalist. Have the numbers advantage. It's a 3v4. There's not a lot of time left in the round. At that point, it's pretty much a send into sight. You mentioned the fact they still had that Nitro, but Sharky completely whiffs it. He gets it stuck on the door frame, and then he's in animation as he gets shot at. I mean, it's this little things that have cost them. It's a best of 1. And you could make the argument now, it's 2 rounds that Arcade have won that really Man LFO should have won. But they're not going to die wondering.
Yeah, nice pick there from Beers. So Arcade lose the line early here in the 8th. That will be particularly costly late round, you would imagine. As for the rest of the comp, it's the sense once again, maybe to cut Dining in half. They also bring the Brava as well, so the Kludge to counter the Aruni, the Malusi, and even the Wamai as well by extension. We'll see if Arcade can fight their way out of a tricky position once more. Certainly not quite as tough as the previous round just yet. But with nothing in the way of map control, it's still going to be tough.
Yeah, both teams have really liked to take their time in their attacking halves. And I think it's just down to the fact that both teams on the defense haven't really gotten too aggressive. Pluto swings off the back of that, sends ROU being activated, peeks the window. Snow not ready for it. And that's just going to force them to send a double push in towards Trophy, but watching it wonderfully was Hunter at the stairs. Quick headshot onto Wizard. They know that Az is very much stuck in the corner. Hunter able to finish him off. Syro was there for cover, denies the flawless nature of this round. But yet again, when Men LFO win, they win pretty comfortably. When Arcade win, it's quite scrappy. And it's now shaped up to be a 4-4 scoreline. Game has that feeling that if Men LFO can clean up some of the issues that have cost them round wins, they should take this map. They've been largely the better team.
No, totally agree. It's just about ensuring that their conversion from this point onwards is a little more refined. Because there's been at least one round, probably two, if we're being critical, that really should have been theirs. And if you put that into the scoreline, well, it would be a very, very different picture to where it is right now. But round 8 goes their way. Beers found the opener. Rest of the team doing good work up above. Pluto finds his 10th and has impact in the round. And there's nothing Syro can do but sit outside and give his team a unofficial timeout. Scoreline now even.
A small thing to note as well, but I just liked how locked in Men LFO were there. 4v1, you know, the time winding down. They've got kick control. They pretty much have the round won, but none of them start doing silly things or ease up. They looked pretty locked in on the cameras as well. It's such a small, minute detail, but it's one of a sign of a good team. And clearly they were a good team back in kickoff. Otherwise, they wouldn't have finished in the top 3. And you finish top 3 kickoff, you come into stage 1, 2 slots for the region, you think, well, we're as close as anyone else. They're double digits now for Pluto and Hunter. Hunter has been very lively in the second half, especially. Pluto more so in the first half. And yet, despite all of these positives for Men LFO, it's only an equal scoreline, 4-4. Arcade have shown that they've got the ability to win the close rounds, win these late game scenarios. They've just got to be a little cleaner in the early portion of the round. As much as we say, well, Men LFO have just got to be a little bit cleaner probably and refine some of those late game executions. Well, if Arcade can refine some of the earlier situations, it's 4 rounds straight they've had the opening death. So you refine that. Give yourself a little bit more breathing room for the late game. And they still have a chance to win this map.
So there's Azami available. Didn't touch on it earlier, but that does stand out as being a little abnormal. Azami is very, very strong on this map for enabling play in areas that may otherwise be essentially off limits, and Library probably a pretty good example of that. Even top Library stairs, as we can see on display in this round, opens up a little more playable area, and elements can be pretty aggressive. And speaking of aggression, well, Wizard straight in, dies, but gets cover. And that's 3 that fall simultaneously for the attack. Man, LFO now at the advantage.
But you have 2 players outside cars, so it's a good aggression in the sense of wanting to bring pressure early, go for a fast game's hit, which you don't see often. But what are the other 2 players doing on the exterior? Are they connected in the play? Are they supposed to still be outside? Are they supposed to be pushing in, taking top floor control when they're going for that more direct hit? What's the game plan there for Arcade? Because really, some of it seems decent, and then another part of it, I'm left scratching my head. Essentially, it's a 3-man rush with a bit of help from Syro, I guess, with the Candelas from the exterior, throwing those through the hatch. But I would have liked to have seen all 5 for Arcade be, you know, part of that push, part of that aggression. It's left them now 2v3, 90 seconds on the clock. And by the way, out of the 9 rounds played, the opening kill has been inside of the first minute in 7 of those rounds. So it's been a pretty fast-paced start to these rounds. Then it hits this middle portion where it slows down, and then we get the late game in these 2vx's and 3vx's.
Still a pretty tense standoff here, though. Sharky Barstock, he can be the anchor for this push, but Beers and Hunter need to be really careful that they don't get isolated here. Arcade have a lot of time to try and read this and break it down, and if they get any kind of information, that will be critical. One Candela, one Lion Scan, even a frag grenade here can be a big boon for the attack.
Yeah, I'd like to see them shift into gear now, though. Yeah, 40 seconds on the clock. Don't want to be doing this with 10 seconds. Yeah, give yourself the breathing room. Obviously, you don't want to go too early, but you don't want to go too late. The drop down almost successful. A decent effort from Snow, but overwhelmed. In the end, Men LFO do get the round win. They take the lead here on Chalet, and it's not starting to look good at all for Arcade Esports. This game's getting away from them. I know it's only a 4-5 scoreline, but digging deeper into some of these numbers, for Arcade Esports, they've not won a single round, guys, where they've had 4 or more alive. Now, Man LFO have been able to do that 3 times, so 3-0. The multi-kills, 3-0 in favor of Man LFO. The opening kill rate, largely in favor of Man LFO. So pretty much most statistics are in favor of just one team, despite the 1 round differential. So it means for Arcade Esports, there's so much room to improve. In a game that's this tight, this close, in a best of 1, you've got to do it right here, right now. 2 in a row to Man LFO. They take what is their rightful lead, but this game is still alive.
Yeah, very much so. Has, developed into a pretty tense affair. Man LFO, again, though, they'll be reeling if they let this opportunity slide. Now in the lead. Really probably should have been done by now as well.
Attackers have located
And
the
they'll,
bomb.
at this point, feel as if they are the better of the 2 teams inside of the server, albeit by pretty small margins. Now gunning to find that 3rd round in a row with at match point.
5 seconds to
And then Arcade are going to be in a very tricky position as we go back to bedroom.
to defuse a bomb.
Typically a very strong site for the defense. Nothing standing out as being particularly unusual with the lineups here from either team, I suppose. I guess I'm pretty intrigued, though, to see how the Dockerbee and the Snake may be able to link up here. It's going to mean that there's a lot of potential lurk threat around the map here. A lot of the map's going to be dirty for Man LFO, and it may restrict them here to the 2nd floor.
And Bedroom, by the way, guys, won by the attack every single time so far this game. 4th opportunity now to see this site. And this is the kind of round where for Arcade, if they can find an... I'd like to see them get aggressive over the next 20 to 30 seconds. Find a kill or 2, then slow it down. Then bring it back. Don't have to keep that foot on the pedal. And this is a good chance to really utilize the radar of the Solid Snake as well. Put pressure on these players that have stretched over towards Library side of the map. And Wizard does get control of Library. And they get the kill onto Pluto. That's the big part for me. If they can get this kill onto Pluto and make it a 5v4, then slow it down and then slowly go back to clearing across, that would be huge. But Beer's also in an aggressive position towards the hallway. Wizard hasn't pushed out just yet. Now they go for the clear, but there's the help on the other side of the hallway. That one coming from Hunter. And this is a wonderful trap. They essentially used Pluto as bait. They've just stuck in there on Library stairs and said, we're going to leave you out in the open. You are susceptible, but we've got you covered. And cover they did.
Yeah, and Arcade not really leveraging a ton of utility to help facilitate that, although it may not have had that much influence anyway. Beer's still prone in the grass. He makes it work.
Like, even just flash push in the hallway. Like, use the utility that you've got available to help clear out these positions and angles. I mean, this round really signifies, I think, the difference between the 2 teams. Man LFO are going to win yet another comfortable round. They get themselves a 6-4 lead. They get their first flawless here on Chalet, and it forces the timeout of Arcade.
Should have tacked at the start of the game.
Clearly,
yeah, as you mentioned, Arcade was making the attack. That's a new strat going forward. Look, I think it's fair to say that Man LFO have probably been the better of the two so far. Conversion was a somewhat problematic part of their game, but outside of that, it's been good overall. I love that little setup they had in the prior round. Pluto's been one of the better players for Man LFO so far this map. Put him in that power position with that responsibility to not forfeit life and hopefully find a kill or two, and then reel them in, and it worked. Pretty simple strat, but it was well executed. Not putting a line through Arcade's name just yet though. Still an opportunity for them to push OT here off the back of this tactical timeout, which hopefully offers an opportunity to strat the next 2 rounds.
No, I'm not putting a line through their name, but I mean, all of the data does kind of suggest that the scoreline is valid, and LFO likely to probably go on and win.
Bomb located by attackers.
Kind of just the nature of the story that it's played out. Again, this was a wonderful little set play. I mean, it's just entrusting Pluto to win his 1v1 for the potential push, where he's not going to get help on that push out coming from games. So the lower side of that library stairs, that, you know, kind of push up, Pluto's by himself. He has to win his 1v1. But he's got the higher ground position, and he knows he's got help from that library hallway if he is going to get pinched, which ended up funnily happening. The blitz gets easily shot in the back. He wins his 1v1 on the push out of games, and then from there it's a 5v3, and the round's probably done. And the kit was then lost top library stairs as well. So where that could have gone wrong is if Pluto loses his 1v1, they don't make the blitz push, and then it's a 5v4, and they can slowly clear out through the hallway. Beers is then in a very aggressive position, over-aggressive at that point. If he gets cleared, then it's a 5v3 to Arcade. So the situation on paper is easy to look back on for Arcade and think, well, how could have we played that differently? It's very easy to go back in hindsight and VOD review that. And in the moment, Man LFO played it much better.
Three-two split from the defense here for the match point round. 3 up above on second floor to contest both Solar and Library side. As we can see, Arcade repelling Solar currently, and then Beers Hunter, the anchors, committed down below, and they'll need to be mindful of any lurks up west main. Some early drone work here from Arcade, looking to identify where these members are up above, and then determine the best action going forward, how they want to get boots on the ground for Solar, if they want to commit to this side of the map. It's patient at the moment from both teams, sensing that one wrong move here could spell disaster really for either team. Either give Arcade an opportunity back into the match, or it's game over and Man LFO could take the win. Pluto under the pump. Takes damage. But no follow-up pressure immediately here from Arcade. Still trying to get into Solar.
And one thing to note, of course, Pluto's phone destroyed, but that means he can't get called again. So those are the mind game tactics that you can play against the Docker beat. Kind of take the damage, but only then allow them to call you once. Beers wins a huge battle against Loyalith. Advantage again for Man LFO on a site which has not been won by the attack so far on this map. And looking like that will continue here in this match point round. Much to the demise of Arcade Esports as Wizards shot down from above. Elements then swings around, gets the kill through Solar. And in the end, the 7-4 scoreline feels quite apt. It was a decent challenge from Arcade Esports, but Man LFO pick up where they left off at the end of kickoff. And that's winning games of Siege.
Yeah, an impressive result. They walk away with the full belt of points. And again, in this kind of format where only 4 teams make it through, they're no sure bet to be one of those 4. So every point matters, every map matters, and whilst they didn't quite make every round count in this matchup, it wasn't too far off the mark, and I think they'll be pretty pleased.
Yeah, I think they'll be very pleased with the game overall. Sometimes it feels better to win when you know you could have actually won it even more. They very could have won this 7-2, to be honest. But what that does, at least from my perspective, is you kind of walk away from the game and think, geez, we did a lot right, and then we did a couple of things wrong that we can go back to the drawing board, work on, for tomorrow, for the next coming weeks, etc., across the Stage 1 campaign. But they looked very impressive. Certainly Pluto and Hunter picking up the majority of the frags, but then Beers got going towards the end as well. A standout performance for a Man LFO team that finished third back in kickoff. They will be searching for top 2 this stage, well and truly. 3 in double digits, high cost percentage across the board. Same with the EPS numbers. All of the numbers really did suggest that Man LFO were playing the better brand of Siege, and in the end would get that result 7-4, which signifies it.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to Hunter for his performance on this map. He certainly had some standout stages in years gone by, and I'm intrigued to see if this is maybe a bit of an insight as to what we can expect from him over the course of 2026. I think he has the potential to really lift this roster. The rest can sort of slot into their roles nicely, and again, they'll be in that discussion very much so for not just a top 4 finish, but maybe even surpassing what they achieved in kickoff and gunning for a spot at EWC as well.
For our interview, we go to an ever-fan favorite within the Oceanic region. It's the coach of Man LFO. It's Sali. How are you, Sali? Congratulations on the win. All smiles, but a solid result. Honestly, I think you guys played really, really good brand of Siege. Certainly maybe 1 or 2 moments here or there that I'm sure you guys will go back on and fix things up, but overall, really solid.
Yeah, I think today we definitely knew we were the favored one in this matchup. They've made a lot of changes, and it takes some time getting used to those changes, but it was what I was looking for was just keeping our composure, making sure, we picked up the rounds. We didn't, get off foot when things went wrong. So yeah, it was very good from us.
Congrats on the win, mate. I'll ask you as well, in terms of OCE now getting 2 slots, are you already seeing the immediate impact of that in terms of scrim quality, effort, etc.? Is it noticeable already?
I mean, I have a bit of a bone to pick with OCE, because OCE tend to not actually scrim themselves when they're closer to the stage. I understand to some degree around the strats, but I'm a big believer of making sure the region as a whole grows. But I think sometimes people or teams can really just get quite individual and be like, hey, I want to protect stuff. So definitely the quality is not super changed, but I think the mood of the players and just that belief is definitely changed across the board, and everyone's feeling like there's 2 spots. It isn't just one person, so we got to go for it.
Ask you a little bit more of a direct question for your team as a whole. What did you guys do after kickoff, which was clearly a very good campaign to finish top 3 and maybe could have got top 2, which I think has ramifications coming into stage 1 and what that means. So what did you guys do during the break coming into stage 1?
Yeah, look, I think we saw the result of top 3 as okay for us. I think definitely that first and second was what we're aiming for. We're one of the teams that stay together. We have built a good relationship as we went through ups and downs. So I think the main focus we really just had was shoring up what we already had, so it wasn't shaky when things mattered, right? So that's what we've been working on. That's what we've been practicing, that composure, closing out those rounds and resetting.
I'll give you the floor, mate. Anything you want to say before we let you go?
Thank you guys for watching. Thanks everyone for watching. Thanks you guys for casting. I'm really proud of my players. They did a good showing, kept their composure, and yeah, I'll see you guys later.
Sully, whenever you are an LFO team, and I hope he's still listening.
You got to pitch for the Orgs, mate.
You've got to pitch for the Org. Come on, mate. I gave you the chance. He didn't quite take it, but his team did in their match against Arcade. 7-4, 7-4 for our first 2 matches of the day, girls. We'll see if they can continue this trend onwards, but I have a feeling based on our next matchup, it might not be a 7-4.
Yeah, maybe not. Quickly on the org point, look, if these guys go on, finish second and make EWC, I don't think it's going to be all too difficult for them to pitch for an org, so maybe they'll just let the results do the talking.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good way to look at it, guys. If they do make top 2, they will go from searching to being hunted down by a lot of organizations across the world. Good game in the end. I thought Arcade showed some good qualities, but they've certainly got some work to do if they want to make playoffs. I know it's only day 1, but sometimes, know, there's two trains of thoughts. You want to obviously bank the wins, which is what Menalto did. But if you are going to slip up early, and then you've got the breathing room to fix things in big matches to come through across the stage. Of course, our next match, though, the reigning champs, top 8 at Salt Lake City Major from main stage in America, guys. Back home in Oz on Play Day 1. They're going to do it all again. Enterprise taking on 6 targets. That's sure to be a big game.
Yeah, absolutely. And guess what, Jake? The break is ready. So let's go, and we'll be back in a few.
High school time. When I was still under 18, I was playing with pros like Dino, Rippy, and just like all those pros back in the day. And then it kind of started from 10-mans, I would say. That's kind of like how most of the pros knew me, as well as ranked, obviously. But yeah, I was just getting into myself into like, I guess you could call it networking, but I would get myself into like good stacks, like playing with Stigs, Magnet, and just like dominating like the 10-mans lobbies. That's where all the pros knew me as like kind of like this young prodigy. I was always like this young person like in the scene, like always playing with older people. So I guess that's how I got my name out there. I was 16 and I was just able to play LPL Pro, and I was in my first proper team, and it was under Skyfire with like Jigsaw. In that stage, I think we came second to a Pro League team at the time where Oda was in it, Ferox. But it was like my first time basically competing properly, and like I came second in it, and it was against a Pro League team. People are very beatable, you know, like, you know, if you put the effort in, like you can definitely beat these teams. Obviously we fell short, but that's when kind of the esports, you know, ignited in me. Siege is honestly like such a different game from like any other game. The thinking behind Siege is so complex that new people playing the game would just never understand until they got to that level. The amount of thinking, the amount of processes you have to do, and like so many little intricate things that can like determine a round drew me towards the game. It's like you have to really think to really be the best. So when I turned 18, I got my first offer to join my first Pro League team, and I was with Juicy, Josh, Quiz, and OJ. I felt very like inexperienced at the time because I was with like proper Pro League players, obviously with Knights, with those 3, and then OJ from Wildcard. I learned a lot from it. We obviously didn't do very well. I think we came around 4th. We lost to like our rivals at the time, which was Wildcard. That was honestly like a really bad feeling, as well as losing to Circular Fizz. That stage was honestly so shit. Definitely felt like a lot of nerves that stage, but I think I grew a lot as a player from that stage, 100%. So after that first stage of Pro League, I think I was still playing under like just because I was already good at the game and I already had this offer that I just wanted to keep playing for fun. It wasn't really like, you know, I want to commit my whole life to this right now. And I think after Homeless, I joined Circular Fizz, which turned into Aerial. And by my performance at stage, I definitely showed that I was a good player, but not in the right team yet. Because I think we came around 6th, and obviously it wasn't a good showing. I think I was still in that top 10 rated at the time. During the time when I was 18, just competing my second stage, I think I was doing my HSC. I'd recently just like got into like a fight with my like friend group and kind of split ways with them. So I was honestly like very...
opening day of APL Oceania Stage 1, Guz, and it's time for the champs. It's time to introduce Enterprise as they take on 6 targets, and they look to, of course, reclaim their throne from kickoff, hold it for Stage 1, and continue what's been a tremendous run of form over really the last, where are we at now? I guess a year, roughly, with this roster for the most part. Obviously, a tremendous performance in Salt Lake City where they were able to get top 8 and they were able to put on a show, and beating Weibo as well to what in the end meant big repercussions by getting 2 slots for OCE.
Yeah, in some ways they deserve a bit of a pat on the back, really, from the rest of the teams in OCE, giving them the opportunity to have now 2 slots for stage number 1. A standout performance from them, top 8 of the major, not to be stated really just how impressive that is, and taking down Weibo as well was pretty nice to see. And so for them, it's about just going into this stage and playing some good Siege. Good Siege will be enough to get them top 2, and as long as they put the foot off the pedal, there really shouldn't be too many dramas over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, and then for 6 targets, they made a couple of changes to their roster as well on this stage, Gus. Coming out of the team, Kai Vinix, who we just saw, of course, previously for Shy Academy, he comes out. Polarazi comes out as well, but they do bring in the likes of Karma. Sword comes in as a sub as well, but the big one's probably Karma and what he can maybe do for this roster. A 6 targets team that, as we've started to see the region start to rise and the quality increase, where do they kind of sit in the landscape of things? Clearly, with an older head in Nico, they've got experience there. Do they have the gun quality though to match these other teams? And I think the Karma acquisition can help in that regard.
Yeah, Karma is a very skilled player, and probably one we maybe haven't seen him at absolute full strength and see his full capabilities really shine through. There's certainly been moments where he's been right up there as one of the best in the region, and he just needs to be slotted into the right system, right team, and see that flourish. Whether or not it will be these guys, very, very, very hard to read, very hard to say at this point. But again, another roster which, honestly, like almost all the rosters can be put in sort of top 4 contention at the moment. I think they're very likely to make a good, strong run towards playoff position.
You think they can be playoff?
Well, I genuinely think that, honestly, any team right now can make the top 4. It's so hard to say given the change to 2 slots. Whoever's been putting in the hard yards, now vying for that second slot is going to be rewarded. And obviously, none of us outside of the teams themselves really know just how badly they want it and how much effort they've been putting in. So if these guys have put in the work, put in the time, I think the team is good enough, yeah.
They did lose 2-1 and 2-1 to Shy Academy and Rock LFO back in kickoff. Ultimately, the last place team. Their opponents, though, the first place team. It is Enterprise, fresh off of a top performance at the Salt Lake City Major. They did eventually lose out to Twisted Minds, Guz, 2-1. They certainly had the ability, I think, to go on and make top 4, and they would have learned a lot from it. And clearly, what they were able to get out of Mag at the event as well, and he's starting to really come into his own as a coach. The team is gelling. All 5 are in form. There's nothing really to point out on this roster right now as a negative. Like, there's just genuinely nothing. That may change across stage 1, potentially stage 2. We know that no king rules forever, and there's always new challenges and challenges internally. But right now, they're at the peak of their game.
Yeah, I was still heading into Salt Lake super skeptical on this team's ability to really connect the dots at an international level and play well. I thought their biggest enemy would be themselves, but it really hasn't been the case. They're gelling really, really nicely. And as you alluded to, Mag, with the amount of time he was out of the game, again, I was a little skeptical on just how influential he would be, but I would probably go as far as to say that he's probably the rock of the team right now. There were several massive tactical timeouts where he was hugely influential at Salt Lake, and so, as you said, it doesn't really feel like there's a weak link for this team as it stands right now. So it's about just keeping up some good form and playing good Siege.
Yeah, I mean, that's in itself, though, not an easy thing to do. Of course, Brando usually has the footy on in the background. There's no footy on at the moment, though.
Who does he go for? Do you know?
I don't know. I'll have to ask him. Maybe we'll ask him at the end of this game if we can either chat to him or I'll just send him a message. But I think Cairo as well is someone that deserves the plaudits. I think over the course of his career, Gus, he's always been, I would say, just that one ring below whatever the top team is. He's either been on that second team or third team, or he's been at a level that's been close enough to the top teams. He's finally been given that opportunity. Now, of course, he made Montreal a couple of years back with Chiefs, and he was on that roster, and boy, did he perform. I've been saying it to this day. Like, that point in his career, he wasn't the man on that team. but he played like it internationally. And I think that's helped him over the last probably 12 to 24 months to grow out of his maybe childish era back in the early 2020s when he'd have a lot of fun inside the server verbally. While he does still do that, he now actually walks the walk with his gameplay as we go into the map vetoes.
Yeah, let's have a look at this best of one. And I think the decider will start with a B and end with Ank, because I have once again unfortunately spoiled it for myself, but that's okay. Bank, of course, to be the final map. 6 targets, not heading us to club. And prior to that, Nighthaven also not being selected. Permanent ban, seemingly Fortress from 6 targets. Pardon me, Cafe and Fortress not too far behind. I mean, nothing here is really standing out as being too out of line. Bank is very much a mainstay here in OS typically.
4-1 record as well for Enterprise over the last 8 months or so. They most recently beat Ninjas in Pajamas at the Salt Lake City Major 7-3. That was a month ago. That was their last result, of course, on the map itself, as we've had some time since the Major and Stage 1. As we head underway, best of one, Enterprise Esports are, of course, the team that is most favored in this matchup. But 6 targets, they get the first opportunity at the Kings. They get a free punch to start their stage. They got nothing to lose, everything to gain.
Absolutely. With 2 slots on the line, EP are not the #1 target really for any roster to take down. It would be phenomenal boasting points and bonus points towards the standings, but it's pretty unlikely that they're going to be the main competition for the rest of the field. And so an opportunity for 6 targets here to get a bit of a feeler as to where this team is at right now. And I think my eyes are going to be firmly fixed on Karma especially. Certainly not to put any sort of pressure or expectation on his performance in this game, but more so seeing where he's at on this team and if there's potential there.
The Dokkaebi immediately banned away, much to the demise of Karma, which makes sense. I just think it's something that EP just won't want to deal with in the first half. Give 6 targets a really good opportunity with the, well, I guess, new look Dokkaebi. We are banned away along with the Kaid and the Glaz. So certainly taking a lot of the firepower away from 6 targets is the core philosophy for Enterprise. The Glaz is multi-versatile when it comes to bank. Certainly can be used down in basement, top floor. Dokkaebi is, well, self-explanatory. And basement is where we go first up with Enterprise on the defense. Again, not a lot to lose for 6 targets, and it's one of those...
Attackers need to
in fact, I would say this is the only matchup you'll play all stage long for all teams against EP, where you go into it thinking, we get a free punch, we're probably not expected to win, it's going to be difficult, what can we learn? That's going to be the mindset, the philosophy. Obviously, you don't want to go into it defeating yourself before the game has even begun, but finding a mindset that works for you where you know it's going to be tough, but if you can win, it would be huge. But let's not beat ourselves up if we don't win, because it's unlikely.
Yep. Yeah, there's going to be, in a weird roundabout way, bigger fish to fry than EP, despite them being the Sharks of the region, right? You need to be finding wins against the other 6 teams in OS. EP are down as the bonus. Unless something absolutely otherworldly happens over the course of this stage, and nothing's a certainty, but pretty hard pressed to not see Enterprise make it through to EWC, and probably to do so in flying colors. I've had word as well, the Twitch chat payout for this match is quite lopsided, only 9% of points going towards 6 targets, just to illustrate how lopsided expectations are heading into this matchup.
Oh, it's Orion that finds the first kill. On to Jigsaw. Cairo immediately able to get the trade. It was Sharp to respond to what was probably an abrupt start. Of course, Mikasa is Jigsaw. Still hasn't changed that one from kickoff. Lane is also, by the way, Zathi, and King is Quixie, but for the sake of, well, not wanting to have to remember all that every single time. Whatever your name is in game, that's what it's going to be called as. Except maybe Jigsaw. That one's the easy
Jigsaw
one.
Jigsaw gets a pass. For now. I don't know how he hasn't got that changed yet.
Cairo with a second. Active early on the mute, and they can just go back basement now. Play 4v3. That's exactly what Bappin elects to do down from elevator. Side scan activated by lane.
Perfect shot. Argus deployed.
Yeah, so it's Brendo blue, rest of the team anchoring down site. They've done the hard work early here. Enterprise, Cairo with a really nice double kill. He finds himself back towards the objective as well.
Well, that was quick from Brendo to react, because I was actually wondering why is he still playing blue stairs just to smoke. He's only got, he's the main piece of denial late round. So if he goes down over towards blue and it's a 3v3 with no smoke on the board, it becomes a little bit more possible for 6 targets. So he makes the quick adaptation, get back, play site, play the long angle with the gas babe. There's only 40 seconds. He's still got 3 in pocket. Yeah, really good from Brendo to just quickly switch on and get back to site. Now this becomes very difficult for 6 targets. There's a nitro, and it does at least avoid any real damage, but more denial as it does activate one of the Vulcan canisters. And the gas babes now will flow from Brendo.
Yeah, so much still out. Over towards default. Barbed wire main. There's simply no win conditions really left here for 6 targets. Swing from Brendo traded. But Nico now down in the grave. Quixie falls as well. And EP with the confident first round.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think there's some decent takeaways if you're 6 targets. Just being able to get inside the building, deal with Jigsaw early, take a bit of ground. Where they kind of lost the round was probably the double kill play from Cairo. And credit to Cairo in that round for just stabilizing things for EP. Him getting those kills allows Enterprise to then fall back, play site, use the numbers. He doesn't get those kills, and it's, you know, maybe a 3v3 or a 4v3 in favor of 6 targets, and it's a very different round. I think Jigsaw just, completely caught off guard that Orion had already pushed through Printer. And Brendo, and once you get that first kill, it's all going to unravel for the attack. Low on time, basement site difficult. At the best of times, certainly when it's against Enterprise in a 3v4. Those are the kind of rounds that 6 targets kind of need. If you're going to lose these rounds early on to EP, keep them close, be in the rounds. It just breathes a bit of life into the confidence. But if you're getting smashed, you know, you get to, let's say 4-0 in favor of EP, and most of the rounds they've got 3-4 alive. It's hard to gain confidence then moving forward. Keep the rounds scrappy, keep them close. 3 from Cairo. It was those 2 mid-round kills that mattered the most. Certainly high impact from Cairo in round 1.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Everyone good? Alright, let's get cracking. I'll consider that.
Yeah, pretty confident start then from EP. Essentially what we came into this game expecting. Open area, though, the selection of follows are a little off meta here from EP, but certainly not otherworldly. Nico to play the 0 again here in the second round. He's following up the selection from the previous round. Actually not the worst counter there onto the Goyo. Can deal with that from vertical angles. So nice deployment there from Nico. And given the size and scale of Bank, the Argus launcher can get to work holding flanks and gaining information.
Try to get through that.
Too hard to hold Jan. Has support from Bappen. And that enables the peel back down the hatch.
Cairo looks sharp. He looks locked in. He's not the make or break in this roster, but if Cairo continues to play to this level, it really just solidifies them and their ability then to perform well internationally. There's always going to be expectations on the likes of Tuhan, Jigsaw, Bappen's really coming to his own as a top-level player in the region. We know what Brendo's capable of.
Setting up a sequential breach.
And so far, 6 targets happy to just play this slow. They've eaten up half of the round already, and they haven't really been able to identify a couple of these lurk positions from EP. They get the feeling that if they don't find something in the next 20 seconds, it's going to be a rough end to the round.
Now entering lurk mode, trying to draw some contact, but it's not really presenting itself. Util dump flames onto Cairo. And he can actually tuck into the corner here, so it's not being impactful. And there's an opportunity. Forced to drop. Nitro to follow. It's a decent clear, but time is an increasing concern here for the attack.
Yeah, I mean, they've just taken so long, and then Kari just gets to rotate play from below. They do deal with Brendo through Karma. He's the one that opens it up in open area. Too quickly then fall, though, for 6T. 35 seconds, 3v3. Kari's still able to push up main stairs. It's up to 6 targets to take the site quickly. And they do just that. They get rid of Jigsaw. Bappin's by himself, and Printer needs the help from Cairo as quick as possible. 20 seconds left in the round. Cairo starts to make his move up main stairs. He gets caught though. Nico watching for the flank, knew full well that he'd slowly make his way back up. Down to Bappin, who's got 10 seconds to win this round for his team. Headshot, first one onto Nico. Does connect. No plant attempt from lane. He's inside of admin, trying to just push through. That's Bappin. That kid down. He'll take the fight anyway. That's what Bappin is capable of. They started to say he was baiting in the server chat. Well, he wasn't baiting anything. Gets all 3 clutches for Enterprise as they take the lead 2-0.
Yeah, that's a clip. Bappin has really come alive over the last, 6 to 12 months. Locally, he's really stepped it up, and then internationally, he's been able to start translating it across as well, and he's just playing with so much freedom and confidence. And I don't expect that to be a one-off. I'm expecting to see many of those over the course of stage 1 and then potentially in through EWC as well. Bappin has really been so impressive.
Well, it's wind it back a little
the replay
bit,
package.
because things actually look pretty decent for 6 targets. Yet again, they get the opening kill. They had a 3v1. Well, there was Kyra that was talking about the baiting, but I think someone else made a comment as well. Either way, Bappin clutches it. He gets a 4K in the round, the 1v3 at the end. You can see what it means to him. With the camera reaction. But you kind of look at the 2 rounds in isolations. Two rounds, guys, where the 6 targets have gotten the opening kill both times. One onto Jigsaw, one onto Brendo, who was playing the smoke, so that's high impact. 3v1. I mean, you kind of look at these 2 rounds and you think right now for 6 targets, hey, we're kind of mixing it with the big boys, but we're down 2-0.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a grind to find at least a couple of rounds here and to have any foundation for the second half. They're not too afraid to take aggressive entries, such as that. But I think EP are doing a better job in expecting it.
Yeah, just barbed wire auditory information, easy kill for Bappin. I like the change as well. So they bring Cairo onto the clash. They bring that out for the first time. And maybe some of that is in response to the fact that 6 targets have found the opening 2 kills in the first 2 rounds. That finally now changes with Quixie going down early. All right, wanted to try and get aggressive, planted the shield, went for the swing, therefore now loses the shield to the frag grenade. So it's a shieldless clash from here on out for the remainder of the 3rd round. Cairo won't mind that though. The SMG strong. Headshot swing onto Karma. Started to push the breach as Jigsaw finds his 2nd kill of the game. Bappin kept on going, and Enterprise do what they usually do in this region. They clean up. 3-0 lead. That was their most dominant round win so far.
Yeah, I think if these first 3 are anything to go by, this is going to be a pretty swift best of 1. Always difficult to gauge when it's against EP, best in the region, but certainly not the most positive of starts for 6 targets. And it's not necessarily just the scoreline, it's probably more so the approach. They're not playing with a ton of structure in these rounds. I think they're just hoping that one of these quick entries finds some sort of pressure and advantage that they can then look to compound. But when they're faced with, for instance, losing a player early, which they were in the last round, then they were finding it difficult to identify targets like Cairo, for instance, try and formulate a plan to deal with him. It was a little uncoordinated, and unfortunately doesn't look too pretty inside of the server for 6 targets at the moment.
Well, this is an interesting competition.
Return below.
So obviously the Goyo ban, and technically with the Twitch ban, they kind of cancel each other out, but it enables the mute jammers to be a little bit stronger for Cairo. But they don't bring the likes of the Dachanka, they don't bring the Echo, don't bring more denial. They actually bring a little bit of firepower with Bappin going onto the Vigil. How aggressive will he be on the roam? So there's not too much denial, really. I mean, double nitrocell, the 2-barrel can slow down, but it's not really going to be as effective as, say, the gap space from Brendo. And we see a change up as well for 6 targets, where for this particular lineup, the Thermite, along with the OSA, does kind of lean itself into a server side hit, open up that left wall, place the shield, play the longer angles with the LMG from the Finca and the Rayora to see what that can do with the gates. Probably
this
block off
composition
that left doorway, pushing into CCTV and then go for a plant.
Yeah. I mean, the composition just screams that we want to take as many fights offside as possible and not allow them to plant. And there is that first fight. Solid from Bappen. And again, Quixie falls 0-4 to begin here on Bank. Brendo here's one in server.
Brendo's ready for this.
Freebie?
Yeah, Lane was more so thinking Brendo would be up the top of blue stairs. Brendo positions nicely at the bottom. I mean, the round's not done just yet because all the key pieces are still in play for 6 targets. But boy, am I putting a massive amount of mayo on that positive spin because it's not looking good. 3v5 against EP basement site who are on defense. They win this 95% of the time. There is that 5% that maybe you can catch the likes of Bappen and Jigsaw around Archives and Admin. Can you find those 2 kills, bring it back to 3v3, then you still got your setup available. Well, there's one onto Brendo. Maybe not the target you were necessarily looking for. Right, then gets rid of Tuhan, and Cairo falls. Well, hang on a second, how quickly this can flip. And the irony is it's the lurking, roaming Bappen and Jigsaw still alive. 6 targets just kind of win the battle on sight. Bappen now makes his way down blue stairs. Nico, not ready for him though. But Karma does get the trade, and Orion then shuts down Jigsaw. Well, there's your 5%. 6 targets take basement here on Bank.
Well, that's one way to win basement. Just post up the OSA and shoot down the line. I don't think it was really much more complex than that. That's a round that you can chalk down to EP just being complacent, to be completely brutally honest. They've just thought the round is over and let's take fights, and well, they just lost them. So it is what it is.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Still positive for 6 targets. Start to the round from EP again was good. Bappen continues to run right around the map, but I thought here it was over. Brendo finds that one. And they just line up in sight for the OSA. Bappen got immediately traded, and then Jigsaw unable to anchor the site. Back to open area. EP still in the lead.
Man, to be honest, these are the kind of games you're looking for signs more than the actual win itself for 6 targets, and so far there's been good signs. The first 2 rounds they got the opening kills, winnable rounds. Okay, the third was a beatdown, but then you bring back a 3v5 on basement Bank against the EP. It's a huge result for 6 targets. Fills them with the confidence. And as we head into the 5th round, they should be feeling as if they're in with a chance.
Loading new mag.
Even if in the back of their mind they know that Enterprise is still going to be very difficult to beat, probably have another level or 2 to go to. But this is just what's happening right here, right now. It's being competitive. And they're starting to put some pressure on. Bappen sensing that pressure, throws out the Kiba barrier to block that frag grenade, which it does, and Tuhan able to open the account with a kill towards Janitor, and there's another one in the hallway. An easy swing potential for Bappen, but he has the patience. Doesn't want to overinvest, doesn't want to overswing. And it's Cairo. That does find a lovely kill from Long Desk.
Yeah, been a rough day at the office for Quixie. Every time he tries to enter the map, he just gets slammed. Really no fault of his own. A lot of it just sharp shooting from EP. Hammer in on the action as well. 4-3 traded though. Bappen.
Too quick from Karma.
Finds his 9th. Surely EP don't let this round slip after the last.
As Jigsaw finds the kill onto Nico, the round does kind of seem over for poor old Lane. I think there was still a small chance there. If they had have actually got Lane over to that position near Kanto, swing at the same time as Karma coming out of stock, there's a pretty high chance they actually get that kill onto Bappen. And the round maybe plays out a little differently. I think what's made this Enterprise team so strong as well as the round is coming to an end is they're not reliant on Jigsaw. As Bappen gets the final kill, he finds himself now double digits. And you think about all of the rosters that Jigsaw's been on really over the course of his career. He's been the one that's just always reliant to do everything. But in this EP roster, this iteration, ever since it's been put together, it's not been the Jigsaw show.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing, by the way. I'm trying to make this out to be a good thing. Because how many times have we seen, especially when he was on Chiefs, right? That last iteration of Chiefs,
was the most,
he would drop 20 every game and just they would lose. Like, it just didn't matter.
Yeah. No, and yeah, it's not like we've entered an era where another player is hugely stepping up or anything like that. And in fact, in most cases, it's a pretty spread performance. Bappen a bit of an outlier as up here on this particular matchup, up to 10 kills, but it's pretty abnormal to see one player from EP's carrying statistically. It's typically a far more spread effort. And I think the beauty of the team is that they all have incredibly strong fragging potential, which combine that with the brains of Mag and the composure that he brings to the team, it's probably why they were so successful at Salt Lake.
Well, you even think about the old EP roster before the, I guess, somewhat merger, if you will. It kind of used to be you had these four out of 5 fraggers, so Fish, and on any given night, any of those could perform, but it was never in sync. It was never all 5. It was, or even all 4. It was kind of 1 or 2. And this EP roster is, yeah, as you said, usually pretty well even across the board. Up in the outline in this game, and final round of the half coming up. Competitive from 6 targets, even if the scoreboard doesn't really show it. And still, though, if they can find a second round, it would be honestly a pretty good half for them, all things considered. This is still the team that finished last in kickoff for OCE. This is the team that finished first and top 8 at the major. There's bound to be discrepancies.
Looking for intel.
So minute down and still 10 players up inside of the server. The Monty available here from 6 targets. Try and leverage Nico here. Looks like they'll posture for a lobby hit. They have the range hard breach available in the ace. Karma to follow alongside with Orion on rappel to hold down that Kanto line. So pretty standard lineup here from 6 targets, and it's about conversion from here and trying their best to isolate these targets and get value from the Monty. But EP, as we would expect, are holding firm at the moment.
Yeah, first time really bringing shield play. I won't count the OSA. That doesn't fit really the bill. And it has net them the opening kill onto Bappen. The slow play, Nico able to get some space, push up banana stairs, and then pull the pistol out onto Cairo. Well, so far the Monty has worked. He does go down, but they've continued to stabilize themselves a pretty hefty advantage. Tuhan needs to win this battle now for Enterprise. Up close with a shotgun. As the nade goes flying over his shoulder, Jigsaw connects onto King. Nico's still down. It's therefore a 2v2 unless they can get the revive on the Monty. Jigsaw's trying to deny the ability for that to happen, but he is unsuccessful. Tuhan finds the angle onto Karma. Nico's back up, so remains a 2v2.
Yeah, and they'll both hold the long line here. Nico back up. Orion needs to be the one to find these kills.
30 seconds, still some decent amount of time on the clock for 6 targets. They don't have the kit at the moment. Watching towards airlock, Tuhan had the read. They knew that he was lurking around, but Nico got the push down onto Jigsaw. Nitro from Tuhan connects onto the low health of Nico. As the Monty falls, the half comes to an end. It's a 5-1 lead for Enterprise. So as we return, Enterprise have got their hands all over this match, guys. No surprises, but there have been some good quality moments from 6 targets. It doesn't quite reflect on the scoreboard. I think they could walk away so far from this match feeling like, okay, we did some nice things. But if you want to make top 4, certainly if you want to make EWC, those nice things need to be wins eventually. But against a team like Enterprise day 1, yeah, you give them a little bit of grace, I think. And so far, they've had some good moments, but that's really all it has been. They go on defense now. We'll see if they can string together a few rounds, especially starting on lockers and CCTV.
I guess one thing to note as well is 6 targets take on Arcade tomorrow night. And so probably fair to say that they've targeted that as the more realistic of the 2 games to win. And I wouldn't be too shocked if they have done counter work or prep work heading into these play days, that they've probably put a greater emphasis and focus on that particular matchup. So I'll be quite intrigued to see how they play in that match. It should be relatively competitive based on what we saw from Arcade earlier, what we're seeing from 6 targets now. They should be on pretty similar footing. So that no doubt will be a fun game to take place tomorrow night, but all focus still here on these 2 trading blows on Bank. Although most of those blows have been fairly one-sided. EP on the attack, however, now, and we'll see if that does stall any of their momentum. Interestingly, the Dokkaebi and the Deimos both banned out. EP probably the kind of team that would have abused that little duo. Mira and Kaid banned out for defense.
It's such a change-up as well. You think back to stage 2 last year, which was the last time we had a round-robin group stage. We only had 7 teams, and 6 of them made playoffs. Now you've got 8 teams, and 4 of them made playoffs. But there's 2 slots.
Clear.
And it certainly makes for a far more entertaining stage and circles in those kind of matches like you're alluding to. 6 targets Arcade tomorrow. That's kind of must-win. You only play each other once. Oh, the timing there. Bappen was almost getting a freebie.
That was a kill.
It was a kill.
Until it wasn't. And they may not even be aware of Karma's position. I'm not entirely sure. Either way, though, Brendo finds one. Orion trades with shotgun up close main. Karma doesn't escape. Forces Orion then to peek. And then, yeah, Bappen catches it.
That's the searching peek where you've lost a couple and you're active. You just got a nice kill, so you swing it, but you're probably not winning that battle from that distance on the smoke. Orion could have just fallen back 3v4.
Or the peak needs to be early.
3v3.
Or the peak needs to be early to catch it.
Yeah.
The Karma trade. It was just too late. It wasn't the worst peak. It was just the time.
Yeah. 2v3. Do you still have a Nitrocell here along with another Zodo canister that after this one expires, there will be another one. But belt of utility for the Capitao Bappen. And Nitrocell does not connect. Lane probably needed to hold his nerve a little bit, save that one for the late game.
Yeah, still searching for his first kill on the map so far, alongside King07 as well. EP have been exploiting that weakness pretty well so far. And now with just under a minute to go, they'll be shaping up for this default plant. No nitros remaining here for 6 targets. Once these Goyo Flames expire, it should be a pretty straightforward plant for EP. But Bappen does succumb to the DMR.
I don't think you can call anyone a noob when you're 0-7, but I've seen it happen just then. 30 seconds. Lane got one. Can he get a second? He can onto the running 2 Han. Well, Brando now suddenly is the one with a bit of work to do. It's completely fallen apart here for Enterprise. It's been far too one-dimensional, pushing in through server. They had the numbers advantage, could have opted to go with a bit of main stairs pressure, but Lane holds strong as the Tuberal defends the objective perfectly. A second round acquired for 6 targets.
Yeah, a little scrappy. EP having, again, issues down on basement. The kind of situation where just a little more composure wins them out the round. Bappen got caught. And I thought most of the Goyo cannons had expired at that point. I was still pretty confident 2v2 they can duck in for the plant. But there was still one remaining that continued to stall out that push, and facing those ACOGs at long range, naturally a bit of a challenge there for EP. Solid from 6 targets. Orion with a good peek early, and right here, just had to be a little more proactive to bodyguard Karma down the stairs. He got caught, but regardless, the on-site anchor play pretty strong there in the end with that DMR red. DMR's just consistently continue to be so strong, and some players better with them than others, and yeah, on that occasion, the two brow pulling through.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds to go.
Yeah, I think 6 targets are also just kind of proving to the rest of the competition to not overly fear these guys, as great as they are and the accomplishments that they've been able to achieve. They are beatable. It's a 2-5 scoreline, but I think with a bit more composure, this probably could be closer to a 3-4 scoreline, and to really, I guess, showcase how 6 targets at times have looked. You get it twisted. Enterprise have certainly been more dominant in their round wins. But they have left a few gaps at times. Oh, hello. Back with the bailiff onto Karma. I mean, that's just not the kind of death that you need to be having this early on. Playing the Azami gives up a bit of that airlock space to EP to play the repel game. Karma's job really is to be the nuisance, to be annoying, to block the windows with the Kiba barriers, disrupt the potential setup for the attack, and to go down that early on is a huge boon for Enterprise.
I wonder what Jigsaw's looking for down below here. Ah, those yokais. So the Dokkaebi stripped away. I'm sure Jigsaw would have been pretty keen to play the IQ Dokkaebi combo, but that is not actionable at the moment. Midpoint of the round, and EP will be looking to not squander this advantage, because to be fair, there's been those 2 rounds they've lost. We're not the most optimally played Siege ever, but they're making this one count so far. Brendo with a nice repel angle, able to find the second kill for EP in the round.
Reloading.
And it's now all about just finding a bit of composure and setting up for the Exi.
Yeah, and it's all about finding a kill with this nitrous hull of your Nico. Oh, they've just lost Orion. Nico's like looking down below. It's like, what's just happened down there? Immediately as he drops, falls to his death, essentially. The Echo no longer in play. King struggling to find a kill. It is Nico, though, that continues to provide 4-6 targets. Again, it's Jigsaw that shuts down King 0-8. And a 1 versus 4 now for the older head in Nico. It does get one, another one at the doorway, but it is Jigsaw on the IQ that converts. All too comfortable in the end for Enterprise in that round on the top floor attack. Clean as they take a 6-2 lead for match points.
Yeah, it just feels like another day at the office for EP. And now it's all about just the cherry on top here, getting the job done as cleanly and as clinically as possible. Staff an open area to follow here from 6 targets as we look back at that prior round. Love that pinch from Brendo. That was a really, really clean way to find that kill. Nico trying his absolute hardest. Top fragging actually for 6 targets at the moment, up to 8 and 7. Unfortunately, the rest of the team and the plan for this match hasn't really worked out. And I'm hoping, looking at it from a glass half full perspective, that it's a case of, okay, we won't quite wave the white flag, but close enough to it against EP. We're not expected really to get this result. Whatever happens, happens. I'm hoping, though, that tomorrow we see some better Siege from them and an indication that they've invested their preparation time into that match.
I'm reloading.
I mean, they've done nice things in this game. I mean, it's hard to really judge too much considering it's against Enterprise. Ryan 7-7 has been active. Karma 6-7. Nico 8-7. Lane 3-7. And those 3, of course, were, well, round defining. It does feel like it's falling apart now. Enterprise just have that ability to kind of lull you into a sense of comfort within the match, and then just foot on the throat towards the end. It kind of goes from a game that's lively, you're getting some moments, you're not quite getting the round, and then suddenly you look up and it's like, oh, it's 6-2 and we're to 5v4. Well, Jigsaw is down over at the stock window. There's a chance he'll get revived. Pretty high chance he'll get revived, to be honest. There's Bappin with a free swing, top square, 14-5. He's been the standout in this game. Chance goes begging for Brendo. Lands a tag onto Nico as he drops down elevator.
Oh, dirty.
Jigsaw still, by the way, was on the ground till just then. Finally got revived as it's back to a 5v3.
Quite a lot of go utility still to potentially deal with here at the midpoint of the round. So just something to keep in mind. There's a distant win condition available here for 6 targets. If they can lean into that stall out, there's at least 1 canister main. There's a double facing into kitchen, one of which I think was just shot. Lurk threat blue, but Bappin is clued into that and has 2 Bs remaining. Poor.
Bappin getting tagged up, though he's not quite sure where from. So slips back into archives to the safety. Now, EP will know they've already kind of squandered a few of these sort of opportunities in this match so far. That 6 targets, even though it's a 3v3, they won't give up on the round. Information acquired on the radar from the Solid Snake. His 2 quick kills go the way of EP, and 7-2 scoreline is now locked in. Nico, nothing he can do. 1v5. Plant will be successful from Cairo. Jigsaw will close it out. It's flawless to close out as well. 7-2 for the Kings of the region as they start stage 1 off on the perfect note.
They sure do. Full points going their way, and EP will be, pretty pleased with that. Another day at the office for them, an expected result, but nonetheless good to get the result across the line and confirmed.
Yeah, 100%. It's a solid result for Enterprise, considering 6 targets, I think did okay in certain areas of the game. To win at 7-2 is just a testament to how good this roster really is. Of course, this clutch here from Bappin, and the first 2 rounds were both winnable rounds, honestly, for their opponents, but Enterprise just have too much quality. You really have to be utterly perfect if you're going to beat this team. You can play well and still lose. You can play very well and still lose. Enterprise are only probably going to give you a map in this region as if they have a really bad game or you play exceptionally well. Maybe a combo of both. Either way, it certainly didn't happen here. EP way too good for the team that finished last back in kickoff as they were able to get the 7-2 victory. Bappin, the MVP of this game, well and truly. 15-5, 3 opening kills, and 89% cost for a 187 EPS.
Yeah, 15 bomb in 9 rounds. If 6 targets were perhaps a little more competitive here on Bank, I'd love to see if he could go 20 plus. It was great from him. Big clutch early to sort of set the tone, and I think be probably the nail in the coffin of 6 targets aspirations in this map. But well rounded elsewhere, they just filled their roles nicely. Everyone played pretty selflessly, and ultimately that was what helped them get that result across the line for 6 targets on the other side of the coin. Unfortunately, entry was a persistent issue for them, and then putting a lot of pressure on those anchor operators late as well.
For the interview, it is the lovable Mag, fresh off of a wonderful trip at Salt Lake City. Mag, congratulations on the win. Perfect way to start stage 1.
Thanks, man. Yeah, obviously 6T is not one of the top teams in the OCE League, but yeah, really good to get off a win after Salt Lake.
Congrats on the win, Mag. I'd love to get your thoughts on Dockerby. I know obviously it was banned out in this match, probably understandably, alongside the Deimos. Bit of mixed playtime so far across CNL and now into APL. Are you expecting it to be super, super strong over the course of this stage 1?
No comment. We'll see. We'll see.
I'll take that as a yes.
I'll take that as a yes as well. Mag, obviously coming into this stage, you guys have been clearly the best team in the region. A wonderful performance at Salt Lake City. What do you kind of do as a coach to manage expectations, keep the team grounded?
Yeah, the biggest thing, obviously, coming off the back of, a successful major where you play against the really big teams, on LAN, on stage and whatnot, is coming back to OCE and still being locked in for those lower tier games. But we've got some really good mental on the team. We've also got Kinchi, who's also helping us at the moment. He's psychology stuff, but it's just about, you know, the team culture, and no matter what team we're playing, we're going to come into that game with the same mindset.
Absolutely. Well, we won't keep this too long, mate. I'm sure we'll speak to you quite a lot this stage. Let's be honest.
Hopefully.
Anything that you'd like to say though at the end of this, obviously to kick off the stage? Anything that you want to say?
Thanks for your support. I think we've made a lot of new fans, especially from the major, and we will, you know, be doing our best to go to EWC and obviously top 8. You know, it was a pretty decent performance, but we want to do better than that. So we'll be working hard to definitely get at least top 4 for the next one.
Well said, Mag. Thanks for coming on for a chat, and I'm sure we'll chat to you tomorrow.
Thank you. See you tomorrow then.
It's gonna be a
As much
regular
as Mag
occurrence.
maybe doesn't want to admit it, it probably will be a regular occurrence. But it is good to stay humble and stay grounded.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's a tale as old as time where we have the top team or two in the region, and they just... We hear it all the time in interviews about having the same mentality going into every game, just taking it round by round, etc. Saying that and doing it are two very, very different things, and there have been teams in the past at certain points slip up in that regard, and we see upsets and we see interesting results, etc. So for EP to come out of the gates here, stage 1, 2026, a 7-2 victory, and do it in a very, very convincing fashion is a really positive start in that sort of direction, where there's going to be a couple of those games where they need to be mindful and not completely disrespect their opponents, that there's potential for upsets, and they just need to ensure that they lock in and at their best they beat all of these teams.
Right, we're not done for the day. We've still got a big game. In fact, probably the biggest game of the day coming up. Rival Esports taking on Chiefs Esports after the break, guys. It is sure to be a big match to close off day 1 of APL OCE.
I don't want to cry on fucking camera. I don't want to be a cry merchant like Cairo, bro. Bro, I can't. I'm like tearing up. I'm like thinking about it. He's a very hardworking person, because I don't really see him much, because he's like always working in terms of like his business, whatever. So to see him like just like wake up at like 4 AM to watch my games is like crazy. Like, cause obviously I'm in Saudi across the world, and he's always texting me like, you're doing crazy. Like he's like tapped in, like he's like Furia, like the world champs. Just like insane to me, like people like this like exist, or like help, like support me, because it's obviously not like the traditional in an Asian family, obviously, right? So it's just incredible like how much he supported me, bro. There's times I've wanted to quit. He like fucking stays up like every night, comes to like all my events that he can come to. So it's like incredible. So I love him a lot. Family support means like insane. Yeah.
out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kit goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get one apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber.
Wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found one. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off tick. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Oh! Got another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. It goes in. Shotgun
W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant! That's play of the year in my book.
Plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the impact.
He gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the confirmation. He's going back. He's not quite sure. He
Esky gotta
has
go.
a few seconds. Stick it, Ness. Stick it.
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. Spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down BC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace. Absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
So our last game of this evening's proceedings ends up being arguably, I think, the best one on paper. Rival taking on Chiefs. Of course, Rival organization and has picked up the Team Anios roster. Guz, and not just that, but Wedables joining the team as well. Highly noted figure within the region. I believe the second oldest player in the region as well.
Really? Yeah, that's a fun fact. I certainly did not have Wedables and Chef Jeff playing on the same team on my 2026 bingo card, so I cannot wait to see if that's for better or for worse. Who knows? And it's also Wedables against his former organization as well. So some interesting storylines heading into this one, and even storylines aside, just on a closeness level, 5v5, it should be a really competitive match.
And Chiefs as well, not to be lost in this, because clearly they play a big part. The team that finished second back in kickoff, if they could do so again here for stage 1, well, it would have pretty good repercussions. They would be off to the EWC. And that's really what a match like this, while it wouldn't really dictate, because I think both teams likely should make top 4, or at least that's the goal for both teams. It does kind of set things in motion. We'll go to Rival first up, though, of the two teams to look at. And again, for the new organization coming through, they recently did hold a roster 2 years ago back in Asia. They make their way back to the APL, and they picked up a pretty solid team. Formerly Team Anios back in kickoff, guys, and they had a very good kickoff. They even took a map off of Enterprise, you think, back to the upper bracket. They did ultimately lose that series, and then subsequently lost their next series to Rock LFO. So they kind of had some high highs, but ultimately some low lows as they look to recontest again here in stage 1.
Yeah, making some of those roster adjustments as well heading into the stage. So we'll see just how impactful that ends up being. And again, for better or for worse, it's so difficult to say. I think they're a talented team. I'm just not too sure about the dynamic and sort of how they're going to interlock it together. It's all well and good. We see it time and time again, solid teams that don't quite gel together strategically or mentally, whatever the case may be. So I'm excited to see what these guys have on offer. There's already some interesting stuff in the background for the team heading into the stage with ACOG jumping in. I really rate him. I think he's a great player, and I'm excited to see how he goes on this roster.
Yeah, of course, Killerman was supposed to be part of the roster, now a substitute. So ACOG, Wedables in, Wizard and Shaz out. Not to be disrespectful to the outs, but it does feel like an upgrade for this roster.
Yeah, I would imagine so, and I think their sights are going to be set firmly on building upon stage 1. Sights will voluntarily be set on that second spot, and it's probably fair to say that both of these teams in this head-to-head are maybe the closest to second. I don't know if that's an outlandish statement or not. It's maybe a little bit difficult to judge where Rivals are right this second, but I really do think that these two are right up there as a strong chance to make that second slot to EWC.
I mean, I think it's pretty normal at this point in the stage to probably put these two teams as the teams at the lead for fighting for second. But as we've been saying throughout the entire show, like, it's still anyone's for grabs, really, I think, across the entire region. As we go to Chiefs and their roster, of course, a huge organization when it comes to the Oceanic region. No changes either. Jay Kenner, Lunchbox, Player, Neptune, and Relays. And you think about where, Player and Relays were back on that Enterprise roster. They got a taste of that international experience. You think about Lunchbox, his rise. Can he continue to improve? Because I'll be honest, he's plateaued a little bit throughout 26 and maybe even the back end of 25 after he burst onto the scene. Neptune sometimes gets forgotten about, but he's a top-level fragger. And Jay Kenner feels like he's just there for the vibes.
Yeah, I think Jay Kenner and Lunchbox probably have the most to prove heading into stage 1. They're great players in their own right. We've seen them perform over a pretty extended period of time. But that's at a good level. You need to now be at a great level. Even to make top 2 in OCE, it's going to be fairly competitive. It's going to not be easy at all. They need to find another gear. I think they have it within them. We'll have to see whether or not it translates inside of the server, because the rest of the team around them quite strong. Player can lead the charge really nicely. Neptune, if he has a good day, can beat anyone inside of the server. He has had some truly great performances, and Relays always has impact as well. So I look at those three as being kind of the benchmark that Lunchbox and Jay Kenner need to rise to, and I think they have it within them. If they do that, they'll be a very, very tough team to take down.
Yeah, go back to kickoff and the bracket that was there. So these two teams actually played all the way back in the very first matchup. And of course, as we've alluded to, there's been roster changes since then, but it was Anios, now rival, that won that first series. Chiefs were then forced to run the gauntlet, and boy, did they run it. They beat out Valley Boys, Shy Academy, Rock LFO, then Man Esports, and ultimately made the grand final, where they then won the first map against Enterprise. So they went on a bit of a run. Chiefs, I think their kickoff campaign somewhat has been a little bit forgotten based on what Enterprise went and did internationally, etc. But really, we're talking about a team here that comes into stage 1 based on the performance that they had in that grand final. And even on the third map, they only lost 7-5. So it was 5-6. They had a chance to maybe send it to OT, and who knows what could have happened if they were able to go to Salt Lake City. We would have been speaking about this match, this stage, very differently. So I think for Chiefs, considering no roster changes at all, they have to be the favored team for at least one of the two slots, arguably probably closer to second, and therefore you've got to be beating teams like Rival, who yes look really good on paper, made some fine additions, but it's a new team that's been put together essentially as we go to the map vetoes for this best of 1.
No, I totally agree. Chiefs will have a point to prove over the course of these first few play days in cementing themselves inside of the top 2 and then giving themselves an opportunity to contest EP, which will be I don't quite know what playday that will be, so I'll get that up in a second's time, but it is of course Cafe as this best of 1. And back to that point, Chiefs will be taking on EP in playday 5, so that's in a couple of weeks' time.
This was the perma ban for Chiefs back in kickoff, so this is actually really big for them to bring this out. They definitely, well, I mean, kickoff's weird for those who missed it. There was no group stage, there were no best of 1s. It was purely, at least for Oceania, just the bracket, the double elimination best of 3 bracket. And so when you think about the amount of matches that they played, because Chiefs went on that run, they played 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 best of 3s as we're getting into the game, and in none of those did they play Cafe. Permabanned at first every single time. So then immediately to come to stage 1 and we go to Cafe, that says to me they've probably worked on this map and they want to broaden their map pool.
Yeah, it certainly makes sense. The broader your map pool, the better served you'll be, not just in this BO1 group stage, but heading into best of 3s, it'll give you more options in it. If you limit your map pool too much in best of 1 group stages as well, sometimes you find teams are a bit constricted when it comes to group stage, there's more VODs out there, etc. So, yeah, Chiefs will dip their toes into Cafe, and I'm excited to see what they have to bring inside of the server. I'll be intrigued to see as well how much Dockerby play we may see from these two as well, and whether or not it even escapes the ban phase. It's Castle Ying up first, so a heavy emphasis on that utility. Castle's very strong on top floor, and Ying is versatile on essentially every site. Oh, Dockerby doesn't quite make it through. Banned is the follow-up alongside the mirror.
I think it's fair to say as well for these two teams. I mean, I want to see some really high quality siege. Chiefs were a couple of rounds away from making the major back in kickoff. A 2-slot region now. You want 2 good teams. You don't really just want the 1 super team and someone else that limps over the line. I think if we had the 2 slots for Oceania back in kickoff, considering the way that grand final played out, it would have been deserved for Chiefs well and truly, based on the way that they were playing, despite running the lower bracket. And Rival down with Chef Jeff and Wettables on the same team. Add in ACOG as a decent, fragging power player. Can Rival, really put the pressure on a team like Chiefs more than, say, Enterprise, if you get what I'm kind of going with here. They don't need to beat EP, they just need to beat Chiefs. Yeah. They just need to get that second
the best of the rest.
Yeah, exactly.
But again, there's also the world in which if Chiefs play particularly well and we see a full, well-rounded effort from them, and they've really put in a lot of prep work for the stage, it's not impossible for them on the right day, under the right circumstances, to take down EP as well. So, yeah, so it sets the stage for an interesting few weeks ahead as we focus in on Wettables here on his debut for Rival. Excited to see what he can do on this team, and whether or not he clashes with Chef Jeff. I think that's the what everyone's probably thinking in the back of their mind. No one wants to say it, but I'd be very, very excited to and intrigued to see what the dynamic between those two will be over the course of this stage as well.
And of course, Chiefs started their run and kickoff by beating Wedables' team back in that lower bracket round 1, which when Wedables was on Barbie Boys. So his last match is, well, this match again, but on a different team altogether. Gets an opportunity. That's 2 down early for Rival. Nitrocell does connect, but Relay's quickly there for the trade.
Plan opportunity. Will it be stuck? Yeah, pretty comprehensively. So round 1 will go the way of Chiefs. And a pretty convincing one in the end.
Yeah, I mean, that was actually a little bit too easy. I'm not going to lie. That's disappointing for Rival Esports, especially on Defense Cafe. They just kind of fell apart really early in the round. Chiefs just brought the aggression mid-round, went fast, hit sight, won their fights. I mean, there's really not a lot to write home about that round if you're Rival Esports. That's a dust yourself off, go again. And for Chiefs, perfect start, really, on the attack at Cafe to just completely control the round, start to finish.
Protect your bombs from being
Sets the tone nice and early. 3 kills for Relays. And we know he really, at one point, was just a top-level gunner in the region. Top 2, top 3 in terms of fragging power. I think at his absolute peak. And then I think ever since he got dismissed from that Enterprise roster, it's about refining his footing again and probably having to build back up, and can do that on this team of Chiefs, certainly. That was just far too easy, though. If you're Rival, you've got to at least make these rounds far more of a contest. You can't just be giving up round wins like that. That's just a free hit, and we head to Kitchen for the second round.
5 seconds to go.
Watch over us. Perimeter defense online.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
And this lineup from Chiefs is pretty tantalizing for round number 2. A lot of this utility could be indicative of a flood bakery early. Try and layer that utility to clear out Cupcake. You can dump a whole load of that. Facilitated by the Glaz. And with the Razor on the opposing side, VIP, it's probably a pretty optimal strategy, at least at this point of the round, given the structure of the defense. There is a little bit of catch on offer for Rival, but not too much to worry about. And Jay Kenner with a big roll this round on the Sense as well to provide some coverage as they prep for the push. The castle, the clash will also be tricky to contend with, especially shield into shield. That will favor Wedables. Bit of poking and prodding at the early portion of the round, but no significant trades as of yet. The blitz taken somewhat low.
Goes for the Chiefs, boys. A couple of, well, naming issues, player and lunchbox. Apologies for the confusion on their part. I think the slower pace in this second round is better suiting for Rival Esports, certainly with Wedables on the Clash and Chef on the Echo. Doesn't help, though, when you lose that Warden. But the Clash and the Echo could be certainly where this round is won and lost, more so than even just the Warden. 1 gas bay remaining for ACOG on the smoke in towards the site. No presence on the second floor for Rival, and now down a player gives Chiefs the next minute. They're just really set up, and pressure coming on to Chef over towards Kojak. Lovely little double play there for Chiefs. They deal with the Echo easily. That was the last gasp, Babe, thrown out desperately by ACOG to keep them stuck inside of Kojak for a little longer. Relays over towards VIP is already taking some good ground. They got full bar control. Site control around is established for Chiefs.
Yeah, the Clash, though, still up. So we'll see if that does have a large impact. Well, not quite.
Yeah, this is too easy right
Patience
now.
from player. Oh, Foxy, though. Nice little lineup from Small Bake, but he is isolated. ACOG will need to do a lot of work on site.
And Proxy had a very good kick off stage, but he wasn't ready for Neptune pushing down red stairs. ACOG out of gas bades. 1 versus 2, with one of those being the low health blitz. But it is player that gets the last kill towards Bakery, and Chiefs make it 2 quick straight rounds.
Yeah, pretty clean round in the end there from Chiefs. Doing a good job to pivot the push appropriately. Not going all in Bake side and instead maneuvering and hitting reception side ultimately. In the end, they got good value from the blitz to clear coat check, and they were then able to sort of leverage that for the remainder of the push. Good patience as well from player who played the outer over towards Bakery. And so far, so good for Chiefs.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Just defensively early in these rounds, Rival Esports are just kind of getting beaten to a pulp. You know, they've just got to offer a little bit more in the mid round, early round. Start to win a couple of key battles, reduce some of the pressure that's being applied by the attack of Chiefs.
5 seconds remaining.
It's only 2 rounds, but when you're in the defense of Cafe and you're just getting completely picked apart. Cafe as a map these days isn't quite as defender-sided as it used to be back in the day, guys, when it was a complete drawn-out slog. Looks like we're getting a rehost, game crash, and we will get that in time. There are certainly more avenues for the attacking teams, and we've seen the percentages shift back to a closer of a neutral territory compared to where it once was. But they just haven't really been contesting in these opening 2 rounds. Certainly in the first round, just completely swept aside. Second round as well, far too easy. Wettables couldn't get the clash employed to really delay. They got nothing out of the echo. It's all happy days right now if you're Chiefs, but funnily enough, Rival are the ones who are smiling through the rehost. So we return as the rehost is coming to its conclusion. It has probably given Rival a small opportunity, guys, to just kind of breathe, reset mentally, even though if they weren't able to discuss things throughout the technical pause of the rehost. But just a chance to refresh. Even inside of the server, everything's back to 0 except for the scoreboard. They've only played the 2 rounds. It's been pretty dominant from Chiefs in the first 2 rounds, so a chance for Rival to reset things a little bit.
Yeah, sure is. Let's jump back on in. And it's dining and mining. Intrigued to see how this one does develop. Chiefs looking for 3 straight. And whenever the attack wins 3 consecutive rounds to kick off a map, it makes it very awkward then for the defensive lineup to sort of calculate where they go from here, because they'll have all the options available but no success to really back up their decision making. So eager to see how this develops. We see the Scopos deployed here from Rival. Razor given that license for round 3. And so an opportunity to contest a bit of vert here with the fall off option back down below when things get a little heated above.
Obviously, more of the same is on the cards for Chiefs out of the rehost. So far, so good. With Lunchbox getting that opening kill, they do lose player in response quickly. That's the Blackbeard as well. Neptune just loses that battle, pushing out a backstore towards Stacks. As ACOG shuts down Jay Kenner, Rival are starting to at least provide a bit of a contest here on Cafe for the first time. And they've even got the advantage 3 versus 2. Relays and Neptune, who is low on health. This feels like the first point of the match that Rival have got a winnable round, but they lose Wettables for free. But ACOG continues his rampage. 2 in the round for him, 2 for Proxy, and it's a 2v1 against Relays.
Yeah, what can Relays cook up here? No diffuser, but that's not a concern at the moment. Needs to try and isolate these fights, but the cross is established. Shoulder spotted. ACOG survives, and now Proxy is the next in line.
Well, he knows where they both are. He knows there's still one over towards Cocktail and the other one over towards Stacks. He overswings that, though, gives too much for ACOG to look at. Relays had way more time to play that round out. Could have gone for the Cocktail swing, but I think because of the holes in the walls, he didn't want to go for a wide swing. But in the end, funnily enough, he wide swung the doorway, and that made it a lot easier for Rival. They're on the board. First round win out of the rehost.
Yeah, solid result from that. I really like the way they approached the 2v1 there. It would have been quite easy to play to not lose, play scared, feed ones. Relays is the kind of player who will take those opportunities. But when they kind of smelt blood in the water there and knew that Relays was in a compromised position after taking a couple of opportunities and missing, they progressed forward together. They opened up that trade window really, really nicely. And in doing so, were able to close it out pretty cleanly. So some good calls being made there against the clutch attempts. And as we prepare for round 4, it's Blitz and Valkyrie, both of whom got played twice so far in the half to be banned.
That's what they needed, though. I mean, after the first 2 rounds where they just looked really lost at sea, I think that small little break just to mentally sit back and just go over the rounds that had played out in your head, and a refreshed mentality coming into the 3rd round. It seems as if it's provided a little confidence boost for Rival Esports finally into the game.
10 seconds remaining.
They certainly got the quality, but it's all about putting it together. I mean, still with 2 new additions to the roster. And don't forget, Chef Jeff technically joining the Anios roster only as far back as kickoff. Now, the core of the roster for a long point in time was the likes of Eraser, Proxy, Shaz, Wizard. It's kind of changed up massively in a pretty short amount of time now. Certainly for the likes of Proxy and Eraser, playing with the likes of Wettables, ACOG, Chef Jeff. On paper's there. At least though, far more of a stabilized roster. Now looking to respond in the 4th round.
Yeah, again, we'll see Rival reliant on the Scopos here to play this freezer position. I guess it's the kind of spot that the Scopos enables, as typically if you play here it's for life and you don't have the ability to rotate back down below. But the transfer opens up that window of opportunity, and if anything will hopefully absorb some of this attacking utility. Nice utilization of the snake here from player, from the safety of the rappel, getting info cocktail side. I think Chiefs at this point have the information they need to make some plays, and Wedables gets caught.
Yeah, he's really struggling. 1-4 now for Wedables. Obviously not coming into this team as, well, a gunner, let's be honest. I think that point in his career is well and truly gone. And he's very much now full support. Advantage again for Chiefs. It's 4 rounds straight that they've got the early advantage. Gave up the previous round though. Proxy, can he get back to the hatch safely? He certainly can. Wasn't a lot of pressure there with Jay Kenner. It was mainly just the Monty. Chef Jeff losing a lot of life over towards Pillar. Extended out, now forced back over towards Train. And sense the fact that Rival are just starting to move around defensively, but not because they want to, but because they're getting pressured by Chiefs.
Yeah, the flush out's been good here from Chiefs, and I think the next phase is going to be about facilitating Jay Kenner in towards side and trying to get this plant down. And with the Nitro used from ACOG, it should be pretty straightforward from here, I assume, for Chiefs, just putting the last pieces in place.
Well, they lost player, though, to that swing from a Razor, and he was the one trying to play behind Jay Kenner. Now Jay Kenner's technically by himself until Relays has only just now made his way over on the drop towards Pillar. Jay Kenner going for the plant. No Nitro cells will stop this one. Proxy does get the kill onto Neptune. Jake did take some damage. Now the pistol out to the close. ACOG got the kill onto him. Relays also got his 2, holding towards Pillar. Chiefs will take the 4th round. They take a 3-1 lead. Dominant again from them on the Attacker Cafe.
Yeah, it was a well-structured attack there from Chiefs. They invested a lot of time, meaningful time, into getting info up above. Good drone work, combination of the snake. They had good read on cocktail. They were able to start clearing and flushing that out and forcing players back down below. And then by posturing the Monty in for the plan, it meant that without meaningful plant denial, it's very, very difficult to get line of sight for the denial. Jay kind of took a chunk of damage, but ultimately it wasn't enough, and it was pretty straightforward to cover that. And then they quickly compounded that advantage in the post. That shot there from a Razor was nice. Well, unfortunate that he didn't get the second onto Relays. Could have maybe opened up a narrow window of opportunity to get back in that round, but not quite to be. Chiefs now 3-1 up as we head back to kitchen.
So early concerns. So Chiefs 4 straight opening kills. 2 out of 4 rounds played. They've got the plant down successfully. It's been a very dominant first half on the Attacker Cafe, and there's only 2 more rounds to go for Rival to try and swing the momentum. Thought maybe they could have done that off of that 3rd round coming out of the rehost, but kind of straight back to, well, formalities really in the 4th round with how dominant it was again for Chiefs. 3 up at the end of the round. By the way, Relays is 7-2. We did lose numbers after the rehost. A 7-2 strong start for Relays to put Chiefs in a really commanding position. They go to the Echo once again, but last time didn't quite work for Chef Jeff.
Some nice active drone work here from Chef Jeff on the exterior of Bakery, getting a good read as to where the attack is posturing outside at the moment. The inclusion of the Clash here as well will be intriguing for Wedables. He can be pretty dynamic in the round and either face Freezer side or aid Bakery. Heavy emphasis though vertically here from Chiefs, both the ram and the sledge. You throw in the fuse and Jay Kenner can look to flush util. And then I'm intrigued to see how Neptune links into the attack, if it's to cut side in half and then facilitate drop. Typically used Freezer side, so wouldn't put it past Chiefs going for that as well. And without Tuberau available here for Rival, it does make the counterplay a little more challenging.
It's a very default round from both teams, though. Rival are kind of giving Chiefs the ability to play the vert with the double soft breach. As I said, with the sends, very useful over towards Freezer on the drop or even the push down white stairs. The way they're kind of pre-positioned, though, right now, Chiefs do look like they're more so leaning into that Freezer side drop. But the composition that they have, they can still put pressure and push through Bakery, but it's Neptune who's the key piece. If he's positioned white stairs, you're going Freezer side hit. I think this is to try and maybe bait out the Nitrocell from Eraser.
Wait, threat detected. This area is hostile.
Yeah,
Diffuser still Bakery side. They're committing to the fake.
Oh, they're in. They're straight on in. Relays aggressing on to Wettables. Eraser slow to react with that Nitrocell.
Oh,
but luckily Wettables outplays him anyway. Turn around with the shield, then with the SMG out, gets the headshot. Jay Kenner, though, still looking for the plant over towards Cook, getting spotted, though. He will not go down just yet. Now he will, right at the end of that plant. He is denied. Pistol out from Lunchbox, connects onto ACOG. Razor still had that Nitro, didn't get a chance to use it. And it's all down to Chef Jeff in the 1v1. No time remaining. And Rival hold on by the skin of their teeth.
Wow, that was super close margins in that round. Credit to Rivals for withstanding that crunch. They got sandwiched in the site pretty significantly there with Jay Kenner Bake side. You had the fake out from Freezer side. That was a fake out, but it wasn't because they saw the drop onto Wettables, who hit a phenomenal shot himself with the flick around. Some good moments from a lot of players inside of the server that round, but it's Rival to just win out the round. Remaining competitive here on Cafe.
Yeah, needed that desperately. I still think they might even need this next one too, to be honest. Been a better round for Rival, and look, there's sometimes you see teams kind of start a little slow, but they eke out a few rounds. That then allows them a bit more breathing room and space to figure things out and make a charge in that second half.
10 seconds to go.
Now look at the roster composition though for Rival. First time really getting to see them through this first half. It's pretty evident Chef Wettables are going to play the support roles. So that puts a lot of emphasis then on Proxy, ACOG, and Eraser to very much find the kills. And so far, I think Proxy, who had a very good kick-off stage, has continued on in a good fashion. We know ACOG is capable. I think Eraser will be the question mark for me this stage. Has he got the capabilities of being that third gunner on the team, the flex player who will play supportive roles, but also be entrusted to find kills? It is 5 straight opening picks for Chiefs, but in 2 of those rounds, Rival was still able to bring the round back and convert, technically, 2 of the last 3 rounds. So a little bit of momentum that they could take into the second half if they can close it out here in the final round of the first half.
Yeah, so red side drop here from Chiefs. Again, Jay Kenner will be tasked with gaining this ground and then facilitate Ram and Sledge. They could try and consolidate the hit here, maybe go mining side as opposed to dining. We'll see what the end goal actually ultimately ends up being for them. In terms of the top floor clear at the moment, though, it's been relatively successful. Proxy gives Jay Kenner a bit of a kiss and then runs away down White Corridor. Keep in mind ACOG this round. Currently in train on the pulse. He's in a good spot to gain a lot of information for the defense in this round. Proxy still yet to fully retreat, but will do so now. So it's top floor control fully for Chiefs. And now the Ram and the Sledge can truly get to work.
Yeah, but a lot of time has now already elapsed. So I think this is kind of a small win for Rival. They're probably happy with the way things are playing out so far in the 6th round. Get good information with ACOG as well on the pulse for the later stages of this. You've still got the shells available for Eraser. No nitros left on anyone, and it's another open kill though for Chiefs. Eraser losing the battle on the Scopos. Not what you needed, but it was at that point in the round where you're playing that sort of operator. You want to get aggressive and then potentially transfer back to site. Does not pay off for Rival. Chiefs now with the advantage heading into the execution point of this round.
Yeah, about 30 seconds though. It leaves pretty little room for error here for Chiefs. Jakenna's pathing here is going to be critical to ensure that they can cleanly get this plant down.
ACOG's got a chance to maybe find a kill over towards Brown.
Snake ping.
Jakenna's in. He's into mining. Are they even aware of this? Right now, they're a little bit too preoccupied about getting on the counter roam. Jakenna will get that plant down in mining completely uninterrupted. 1-for-1 trades keeps the advantage with Chiefs. They lose Neptune. They lose 2 more quickly after that as well. It's a lovely response from Rival. Swift. But it leaves player still alive in the post play. Needs to just stay alive, but he can't call. Proxy, well played from him, 2 in the round. ACOG as well. They both stand up as Rival Esports will make it 3 of the last 4 rounds to close the half out. We are tied heading into the break.
Thoughts of wandering away with me today, fading into gray. Say that it's okay. Painting pictures of this silhouette in vain. Just here to speculate. No fear, I test my fate. No. Thoughts of wandering away with me today, fading into gray. Say that it's okay. Painting pictures of this silhouette in vain. Just here to speculate. No fear, I test my fate. Innocence and honesty keep signaling my brilliance. Living in this harmony, it's hard to see the change. Ignorance and poverty, we're sinking in resilience. Adrenaline, my arteries are masking all the pain. I symbolize the vigilance, we need to rise above it. It makes it hard to breathe when we're living in the flames. So make rhythms and we influence the youngest. It's like we plant the seed and watch them grow into the names.
Lately I've been studying Ibrahim Traore. What it takes to make change, blood and tears that they assure me. Stripes and gun range, bodyguards at every doorway. Civil rights to sustain as peace over Wahala. If we had to fight, we had to die. That's why we ain't seen another Thomas Sankara. Who are you when you can change all the fortunes of your people? I'm tired too, I used to blame Western forces of evil. I'm tired too, I'm choosing pain and let my hatred try to greet you. I'm asking, can I really flex? Forget the poverty we've been through. Puppets in our section, check the strings above, you know it's lethal. And am I still collecting? I'll try to protect my own peace and breeze through.
Thoughts of wandering away with me today, fading into gray. Say that it's okay. Painting pictures of this silhouette in vain. Just here to speculate. No fear, I test my fate. No.
I was numbing, stressing that I'm still the same as these youths.
Well, it's suddenly become a very entertaining final game of the day. All tied up at the half. I'll tell you what, the first 2 rounds were just forceful from Chiefs. Then we had that rehost, and really ever since the rehost, it's been a far more lively game. And so much, in fact, I'd say Rival have slightly taken the momentum in their favor to certainly close the half out. All tied up 3-3. You couldn't ask for a better first half to set us up coming into the second half. Straight over to Kitchen to begin on the defense for Chiefs as the bands look just about right. And Dockerby again taken off the board. We will not get to see any more of the Dockerby tonight.
No, a little unfortunate, but also equally not all that surprising. And yeah, intrigued to see if that is going to be a trend globally or not. EML starts actually in about 4 hours or so maybe that'll give a little more insight. As we enter the second half, it really is anyone's game at this point. Kitchen we go. Chiefs defensively are going to employ the Scopos as well. We saw Rival dabble in it on a handful of occasions. 3 rounds total. Razor actually fulfilled that role. He played it each time they played on or defended the second floor outside of the first round. And that's not a great start. I don't know how that has happened, but it's a freebie for Rival.
Yeah, and not what you need if you're Chiefs, because you've gone from feeling in total control to maybe feeling that control slipping a little bit, and then you make a little misplay like that. And Lunchbox has been playing quite well. He was 7-3 up until that death. It makes things a little bit more smooth now for Rival with the extra player.
These will protect us. We are protected.
Yeah, it does. Oh, almost an opportunity back there as Relays gets an angle through mining. Unfortunately, though, for Chiefs, they're falling. Neptune in the grave. It's been a quiet map for him so far. Just the 2 kills.
And cut your losses.
Yeah, you have to at that point.
It's unfortunate too, because you're playing a site where you really want these set positions, and so now, you know, down Neptune, down Lunchbox, you're playing Kitchen, and you don't have everyone in every single place. There's holes, there's gaps. You know, if you're kind of trying to overcompensate, so you got 1 VIP, 1 bar. Well, that leaves the bakery side, red stairs, vulnerable. And certainly there's nothing on the second floor, and we've still got over 1 minute and 15 seconds, so there's so much time. Doesn't guarantee the round window for Rival. Still got work to do, but in a very commanding position to take the lead for the first time here on Cafe.
Yeah, 50 seconds on the clock. The Rival's momentum has been halted somewhat.
Oh, there's a bakery cam that's still up. Now, it's important information because they've got no one playing bakery side, but they don't need anyone there right now as the bake cam is still up.
Yeah. I wonder what the final game plan here is for Rival. Is it a drop freezer? I would assume that's the case. Give themselves, though, no margin for error now. 20 seconds on the clock.
ACOG gets rid of Relays. Not much the Scopos is going to be doing at that point. All the time, maybe the biggest friend right now for Chiefs to disrupt this plant attempt. Into Freezer goes Wettables. Another kill, though, for Player, and wins that one as well against Wettables. And he had the kit that falls apart for Rival. 3 seconds for ACOG to find Player, of which he will not. Player salvaging the round for Chiefs. A huge impact play.
Wow, that was that was a really nice play from him, using the sense against Rival. He gained that space, played an awkward position in the middle of sight, and then was able to line up the slug shotgun and find them 1 by 1 as they filtered in through Freezer. Hit a nice shot prior to that little play as well on the vert as well. So Rival had the pieces in place to cut him off, but unfortunately he was just too strong mechanically. Clear onto Relays was nice, but he was able to just slip forward here. And then the presence of mind to just go prone, play safe, and use the clock, whether that was relayed to him by the team or just his own intuition. Either way, it was the perfect play, and it left ACOG completely on an island.
I mean, it goes without saying, Rival know they could have played that so much better, right? It's not to take anything away from Player,
10 seconds remaining.
but it's a 5v2, and you're just funneling 3 players straight through Freezer, all going in the same direction. You've got so much more space around the map that you can take and push in from. Imagine you have just 1 person pushing down red stairs. They just shoot player in the back, you know, instead of having 3 players pushing Freezer. So those are the lessons that you're going to learn and hopefully can fix up in future, but it costs them for now. And Lunchbox, who was the unfortunate opening death in that previous round, and that's another thing to consider.
Player was really farming that round.
Exactly.
Got the team kill and then the clutch.
He gets rid of Chef Jeff on the solid snake. Goes from bad to worse for Rival. You got given a freebie to start the last round. You don't win it in a 5v2, and then you start the next round now in a 4v5.
Yep. And this isn't the kind of game where these teams are separated by large margins. This is big in the context of both teams' campaign towards top 4. Rival can't be affording to drop points for the sake of dropping points in this kind of matchup, it's critical. And it does feel like the match is in the early stages of potentially unraveling for them if they can't grapple back control. Disadvantage here for the remainder of round 8. And a stronghold above from Chiefs. As player rotates down, it leaves Neptune all alone above on the 3rd floor. And I do wonder if he commits or if he tries to escape. He's in bar freezer at the moment. I don't know if he'll be able to get out of here.
Droned out. Holds his position. Oh, is there a world in which he can just reposition to maybe catch them off guard?
No.
Love this though, pushing forward. This is a wonderful play, but caught at the window on the timing. Eraser saves the day. He could have done some really big damage. The damage done by the Nitrocell onto ACOG as well from player. Leaves still Chiefs with the extra man.
The timing there for
doesn't
Neptune
connect.
was so unfortunate. He was on for such a great flank. Still though, disadvantage for Rival. 50 seconds on the clock. And Relays has a read.
Oh no, Wettables.
It's been rough for Wet today.
Yeah, it's been a rough game for Wettables on his new team as well. Now 2 and 8. I think he just got completely surprised by Relays those first few shots that hit the body. Wettables panicked a little bit, flung himself around, and then, well, it was done. From there, it couldn't stabilize. 25 seconds. We saw the 2v5 win for Chiefs in the previous round. Well, 2v4 for Rival is doable, but they're on the attack, and they haven't got the plant down. Proxy, who's been their best so far, still alive. Stuck over towards Cocktail, needs to drop down, as which they do together into Pillar. As the Razor falls, you would imagine Proxy's shortly going to follow thereafter. He got one for good measure, but it does nothing. Timeout called for Rival Esports as Chiefs have taken a commanding lead once again here on Cafe.
Yeah, they have tactical timeout in response. As I said before, it feels like the match may be unraveling here. And so a perfect opportunity to try and wrangle back a bit of focus. And as a result, maybe some rounds to go their way inside of the server. It's been rough so far. They've been outmatched a little bit in the last couple of rounds. We'll see what they try and do to correct course. They've lost the last 2 entries. Well, pardon me, actually, they won the previous entry. that was a TK, but at least in the last round, losing it out. And I think more critically than that, the last 2 rounds has seen a multi-kill for Relays, a 3k, player 3k, so they're finding it difficult to tame some of the key playmakers at the moment on the side of Chiefs. And finding it a little tricky to enable the playmakers that they have on their roster, and there's plenty of them.
I mean, the thing I love about the Siege is, like, from a statistical analysis perspective, there are actually some pretty good metrics that signify when a team is doing really well. Now, the opening kills, as you mentioned, I mean, it's flawless from Chiefs. I mean, that already is a bad sign. But you can kind of, if you're like losing one category, but then maybe you're winning the other, you know, it can kind of balance it out. But as you said, like the multi kills 3-1, the entry is 100% to 0. 3 plants successfully in the first half as well from Chiefs is usually a pretty good indicator that a team's doing the right things. So far, no plants from Rival in the second half. 5-3 scoreline. Rival probably needed to win the previous round, didn't. It just feels like they're kind of holding on to a game that they're very much losing. Things can change quickly in this game of Siege, though. And we kind of saw that in the end of the first half, where there was this little run for Rival where they were able to string together 3 out of 4 rounds. They need to do something again like that. And it starts here in the 9th.
Yeah, it does. We'll see what they can muster. Chiefs looking to play a lot of info here, round number 9, with the Solace and Valk combination. And with triple nitro in play and no IQ counter on offer here from Rival, they need to be super vigilant of the impact that those cameras might have in enabling that vert play. I think if there's anyone to look to on Rival to try and have impact here, especially on the Blackbeard, it has to be Wettables, who's been shut down time after time here by Chiefs. If the drop down comes through, shop stack at the moment from Rival, but it plays straight into the hands of player.
Another one. Yeah, I mean, this is getting a little bit silly now. And it's not necessarily Weddles' fault, but he needs to be the first one that Neptune is shooting at there, right? Like, you're playing the Blackbeard, you got to lead from the front. You know, it's the kind of operator where, yeah, it's not as defensive-minded, really, as the Monty. So you've got to think a little bit more aggressively as well. And we just haven't seen him have the impact that he would probably like so far in this game. And, you know, this is a big call as well for Rival to bring him into this roster. Oh, Jay Kenner almost gave one over to a Razor. Oh, that's a kill. And indeed, it will be converted. Neptune, who does convert onto a Razor, will be traded quickly by ACOG. But it feels like every round is just following the same playbook where Rival lose the opening death. They then go into both teams go into this little trade game, and Chiefs just pull it out. I mean, this is just following the same playbook every single round.
Careful. Hostile near me.
Okay, good info there from Chef Jeff. He nets the kill onto player. 40 seconds. They try and fight their way into side. Relays and Lunchbox get in on the action, and ACOG left in a dire 1 versus 3.
That was dirty through the wall from Relays, but they knew exactly where Rival were coming in from. And again, there was just no counter pinch. There was no backwards pressure. It was just all very much pillar drop in through default. It's very easy to read. Lovely little heads up play from Chef Jeff with the radar on the solid stake. I mean, I thought that was a really good individual play, but it doesn't change the outcome of the round, because the way that the round was developing regardless was it was set up for Chiefs. They knew exactly where Rival were going to be coming in from. I mean, this one looks done. I mean, there's nothing to suggest that Rival will be able to just win 3 rounds straight. I don't know what they've shown so far to suggest that's going to be the case. If they are to do it, it's going to be scrappy and round by round. That's the only way, I think, to OT for them. And it has to start here. Like, literally, you've got to just start getting these early kills. Disrupt the defense. Take them out of these set positions. You can't continue to play 3v5s and you know, 4v5s every single round. That was the shot there from Relays through the wall, but they knew exactly where they were coming from. So they're all just set up, facing one direction. Don't have to worry about, you know, potential push down white stairs. Don't have to worry about down the hallway. None of that. It's easy to read.
Yep. Defense proving to be a strength of Chiefs here on Cafe tonight, and for Rival Esports, I think it's probably back to the drawing board in terms of their ability to attack. Entry has been tough. I wonder if they were maybe shaken a little bit after round 7, where they had that lead and should have converted the round. They've looked a little like they're maybe lacking some confidence on this entry. Always hard to say, but it's been rough for them. Chiefs continue to have a good read, continue to play proactively, and some sharp shooting has helped to build up this lead. 3 match points and 3 really good opportunities to walk away with every single point. It'll be a great start to their stage and their campaign towards, well, hopefully for their sake, another top 2 finish this year.
So I'm just kind of looking at some of the, again, metrics to see, well, where's this kind of gone wrong for Rival? And I mean, I might not even get a chance to even really go through this, but it's another entry kill for Lunchbox. It raises the standout. I don't want to put this as a negative spotlight on him. It's more so to sort of reference why this is a result that's going to go the way of Chiefs. Might get time after the match to talk about it as player shuts down a Razor. This is now a 2v4 as Rival, unfortunately, while they offered something towards the end of the first half, that was it. It was just that one small little passage of a few rounds. Outside of that, it's been incredibly one-sided. 7-3 domination from Chiefs. They started hot, they ended hot. Yeah, a little messy in the middle portion of the match, but then once they figured things out, too easy for the Chiefs, and Rival's got some work to do.
Yeah, and a couple lols in the chat there from the Chiefs boys. I wonder if there's maybe a little extra in that particular rivalry. Chiefs finding a pepper patch in that second half and just completely dominating on defense. And sure, round 7, their first defense didn't quite go to plan, but a big clutch from player, I think, set themselves up for the remainder of the half for everybody to sort of just play confident in the face of Rival, and the Rival attacks just weren't quite up to scratch.
100% conversion on opening kill. Well, not conversion, but 100% opening kills went the way of Chiefs. They had all 3 plants that were in the game. They had 3 of the 4 multi-kills. I mean, just completely dominated, really. For a 7-3 scoreline match, it was as one-sided as you could probably get. There was a small couple of rounds for Rival to close the first half, and then that was it. But the point I was kind of wanting to get to is I kind of look at these two teams have got their structures pretty set out. J-Ken and Neptune will play supportive roles. Weatables, Chef Jeff will play the supportive roles. That leaves then the other 3 for their respective teams to be the fraggers. Now, you look at Chiefs, Relays, Lunchbox, and Player. Dominated, absolutely dominated, as you can see here on the stats. 11-5 for Lunchbox, 11-5 for Player, 13-5 for Relays. On the flip side, for Rival, and again, I'm not trying to put anything on a razor, but ACOG kind of did his job, right? 8-7, decent game. They obviously got quite a lot out of Chef Jeff as well. 9-8 from Proxy, had a good game. A razor, 2-10. So that's where a lot of the firepower goes missing, because you've got 3 players on Chiefs that are absolutely balling out. Their support is just kind of being support. And then on the flip side for Rival, you got 2 players that are kind of fragging out, and then your third is very much misfiring on the night. That has to then force Chef Jeff to play a little bit more and do a little bit more. But he shouldn't be on this team the one that's getting the kills. Unfortunate for Rival. Back to the drawing board as we go and chat with Nate, the coach from Chiefs Esports, fresh off of their win. Congratulations, Nate. A pretty comfortable win, all things considered. I felt like you guys completely dominated that game. A little bit messy play maybe at the end of the first half. Outside of that, though, you got to be really happy with the performance.
Oh, yeah. I'm very happy with the boys and how they conducted themselves. More in the sense of how they went into this game, because I think it could have gone either way, depending on how we showed up. Like if we came in being like, oh, you know, we beat this team last stage, blah, blah, whatever. Like they're a very good team. So yeah, I'm very, very impressed.
Yeah, congrats on the win, mate. It was a really good effort, especially in that second half. I sort of want to just take a bit of a step back and look into this stage. Obviously, you guys were not that far behind EP in kickoff. How do you view stage 1? Is that gap now widened, given they made main stage of the major? Has it closed? How do you feel about EP heading into the stage, and how close or far you are from them?
Obviously, all props to EP. I think everyone saw what they did. At the major, obviously very, very great performance, and we were that close, but I'm not going to sit here and joke around and say, and I think the boys know this as well because I told them this, that the gap will always keep getting further the longer that we sit here in inter-region, don't play internationally. Obviously, when you go internationally and they're versing these teams getting good results, like their mental's getting stronger, they're not going to have many nerves coming back into this region, but that obviously gave us a lot of drive to come back, and I think, as you saw today, like we're picking up maps, like we've added so much to our repertoire now going into our map pool that like we're not worried about any matchup now, which I think adds a lot of comfortability. Like I don't think they were expecting us to go cafe today. So,
I mean, Nate, you've been around a long time though. You've seen these teams dominate the Oceanic region, and then it almost seems as if it'll never end, but it always does, right? And so you either want to be the team that's ready to pounce and be that, you know, kind of second team ready to take the spotlight yourself. In this case though, we get the rare opportunity where there's 2 slots. You know, as much as Enterprise are your rivals, they did you a pretty big favor by their performance at the Salt Lake City Major coming into this stage. So kind of where does that put you guys now in mind, knowing that there are 2 slots, knowing that you don't have to get over that Enterprise hurdle? And is it then therefore more of a just focus on yourselves more than anything?
Yeah, I think you could probably say that, but I don't want to be second. We were, at one point, you can say regardless of 7-5, it was a close game, we were that close to beating them in the first place, and they went on to top 8 that major. So it's not like we don't want to be putting ourselves in a situation where like, oh yeah, boys, we can get second, and then everyone else is chasing us. We want to be chasing EP, so the gap between, you know, whoever's coming after us, like obviously we haven't even got second yet, so I can't even say we're the second best team. This is first game day. So it's definitely, I think, we're going towards that mentality of we want to be chasing down first place, not looking for second.
Just very last word, Nate, before I let you go. But what did you guys do, I guess, post kickoff and now coming into stage 1 during that break?
It was a lot of theory and a lot of brainstorming. We don't obviously think that we needed to change much from kickoff when it came to roles, when it came to what we were doing as a team, when it came to what the players were doing. But definitely we were sitting there like, if we can get as many strats possible, as many reps possible when we verse EP, when we play these big long BO3s, we're not gonna, falter behind. We're not going to be, kind of chasing on our heels. We're going to be on that front foot, and we can bring it to them more.
It's funny you say that you didn't feel like you guys needed to change much, and two of your players go and change their names. Silly boys.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started. I wasn't happy at all. I said, boys, come on. One thing I asked is a bit of professionality, and I get podcast and whatever Chris's name is, bro.
Mate, I'll give you the floor. Anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Obviously, big shout out to Chiefs and stuff sticking with us. We're obviously going to try and bring that major slot back to Chiefs, big name in OCE. And also big shout out to Kinchi and GameAware. He's been helping us, he's been working with us, and that's going to be, I think, the big gap for us at this stage.
Thank you very much, Nate, for coming on, having a chat with us. Best of luck for you boys and the rest of the stage.
Easy, thank you, boys.
So Chiefs will kick off their Stage 1 campaign with a victory, and as Nate was alluded to there, guys, they really weren't that far away in kickoff, and that's the mindset that they're bringing into this stage, is that they can rumble with EP.
And they won't be happy with second, which is really good to hear that we have a serious scrap in our hands still for that top spot in the region as well for this year.
Our MVP for the day is going the way of Bappen from Enterprise, a standout performance for a top-level player who's very quickly rising up the ranks in the Oceanic region. And when I say rising up the ranks, he's at the top of the ranks. Now, the question is where, Guz? First, second, third? I mean, where do you kind of place Bappen right now? Right now to start Stage 1. Is he equal with Jigsaw, Tuhan? Is it like, where do you put it? What's your thoughts?
You know what, Jake? That's a really good question. A very difficult one to answer. I don't quite know, to be honest. I think he's got to be in the top five discussion, probably top 3 discussion in OCE at the moment. I think it's just going to be about, again, maintaining that consistency. And if this becomes a regular occurrence heading into playoffs, he may well be touted as the best team in the the best player, in the region. He's been He's been building that consistency over time. We saw glimpses of great games like this, whether it be like 12, 18 months ago, etc. It's about finding that consistency, and now that he's unlocked that, the sky really is the limit. I don't think this is going to be his one and only MVP for the stage.
No, certainly not. And I think, in terms of that discussion, I think Jigsaw and Tuhan, they've certainly got the credits in the bank. The longevity factor, certainly when it comes to Jigsaw, but as we've been seeing on this EP roster, in some ways, Jigsaw's starting to take a little bit of a back seat and allowing the likes of Bappen to really grow and evolve. And while maybe for the individual, egotistical side of things of Jigsaw, not ideal, but for the winning and the team mentality, that matters more. And let's be honest, for Jigsaw's career, I think he's had his fair share of the individual accolades. It's time
he wants to go to more lands. Yeah,
exactly. So certainly a helping hand. Congratulations to Bappen there. And for the games that we had today, of course, it is only day 1, guys. We return tomorrow for day 2. And while the stage itself is going to last over the next month, and it's actually pretty well spread out, it's not going to be as super quick as kickoff. These actual regular day matches are going to be pretty quick, and considering it's a 4-4 split in terms of playoffs, tonight mattered, tomorrow's going to matter, and certainly for the teams that start 0-2, then every game beyond that becomes must win.
Yeah, we had some interesting results tonight. Let's have a look back at how they all did shape up. It was I suppose a pretty quick play day in how it actually did eventuate. We didn't actually get a single OT over the course of the night. A whole bunch of 7-4s as well across the evening, and I don't think any of the results probably stood out as being particularly unexpected. But maybe the nature and how some of them evolved was probably a little not so much anticipated necessarily, right? Rival Esports, unfortunately, that second half, they really dropped off. Probably expected a little bit more from them. 6 targets. Maybe I'm overestimating them at the moment, but again, I think we still need to see them against fairer opposition. And then as for the other 4 up the top, still a lot of storylines to develop there as well.
Well, I mean, first showing, I mean, we get to have our opinions and our thoughts and expectations, etc. We're in this fortunate position. The 4 teams that have won, technically, are occupying the top 4 spots, right? So of Barbie Boys, Man LFO, EP, Chiefs, which of those 4 would you potentially see being knocked out of that top 4 by the end of the regular portion of this stage?
Do you want the lotto tickets for tomorrow night as well, mate? You're asking some big hard-hitting questions in the post-show here,
well,
Jake.
I guess, I'll rephrase it the other way around. Outershire Academy, Arcade, 6 targets, Rival, who have the best chances of actually getting into a top 4 by the end of the regular stage? I mean, Rival's the easy answer, I guess.
Yeah, but I think Rival
wasn't a great game.
Rival is the easy answer, but I think there's going to be so much evolution from now until the end of the stage, and the head-to-heads are also, I think, going to change the trends and the form guidelines for a lot of these teams as well. So I think making speculation of just the one play there right now is pretty much impossible.
I mean, it is impossible, but it's fun to do so. And what I kind of take away from it, though, is especially compared to seasons gone by, it's actually kind of difficult to even speculate. Like, that is the beauty of this stage for Oceania, is that it's not going to be clear-cut. Chiefs, they're going to be battling for EP. There's the 2 slots. Man LFO can't be forgotten in all of this, especially after what they did in kickoff. Rival, bit of a stumble to start with. I'm sure they'll bounce back. There's so much more across the stage to come when it comes to Oceania, but we are closing off day 1. We will return tomorrow, though, for day 2 of Oceania, and hopefully we'll see you there.